A storm is coming.
Who am I?
Hey, yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
Reporting live from Baltimore, not the county, Baltimore, the real Baltimore, Baltimore City. You have chosen Nicole, and I know a lot of y'all do shows from Baltimore, but today you're gonna find out that you're not. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
A
Chelsea.
soldier.
I come from a city where we don't acknowledge the state. The B should have took it in place. Watch how you speak about Baltimore, dummy. We had 990s all on your face. No matter the city, they all want to know about the wire and killings all over the news. These bitches digging out Xing on my niggas. They keep on Xing if they can say T. I'm trying to tell them, Baltimore ain't even Baltimore. DC is not even on the road. I pay Virginia so much that I'm shot while I'm on the road. Counties be claiming they honorable. I try to tell them to chill. Yeah, I try to tell them for real. Yeah, you can take me out of Baltimore, but I'ma still bring that Baltimore here. 4 wings, salt and pepper, catch up with the hot sauce. Can't sit long, shit get you knocked off. Always play mirrors, shit get you psyched off. We get them cooked up, chest out, eyeball. Bitches is claiming that they from the city. Damn, I just can't help that we litty. If you really from the city, who that red bitch over east? On B, she get busy. Case with Baltimore, club mix Baltimore. We don't do go-go, we know they ain't Baltimore. Them niggas dragging, must be from Baltimore. Them bitches bad, well they from Baltimore. 92Q on that radio, Baltimore. We hit them with the two-step giving Baltimore. They from security, no they ain't Baltimore. Anyway, it's everybody versus Baltimore. You from the west, that shit is Baltimore. Park Heights, the Avenue, that shit is Baltimore. Junction, the village, that shit is Baltimore. Sandtown is rapping and stepping is Baltimore. Pikesville and PG, nah, that ain't Baltimore. You from the north, that shit is Baltimore. Grandma and Cater, your road, Baltimore. Anyway, it's everybody versus Baltimore. Nah, I can't study the wire to work on my exit. Fuck out of here, niggas actors. I'm born and raised in the city. They drop a body and niggas act like nothing happened. For Freddie, we riot. It's up if they try us. How the fuck else they attorney indicted? One thing about this whole city be wildin'. Bippin' the act or haunted when rotting. Know it's they strength if the party is popping. Gotta hit legends for the chicken boxes. Check Murder Inc. if you think they ain't slotting. Damn, even the youngest is bout it. Button out rant with the talent, they think we ain't got it. Just want us known for the violence. City make hustlers, grind and get it from the bottom. 10 toes, my niggas solid. Was raised in the county, they rap so they claim in the city. What school you was in elementary? Crossing that county line, you looking iffy. You get the best shot or shot when that Jimmy's. Hit up the block if we all try to see us some ass. So dance for a quick little bag. Home of the Ravens, anywhere we gon' drag. Anywhere we get a bag. Down the hill is Baltimore. Brooklyn is Baltimore. Alameda is Baltimore. Arundel Mills not Baltimore. Owens Mills not Baltimore. Randallstown not Baltimore. Columbia not Baltimore. Edgewood not Baltimore. Up the hill that's Baltimore. Bel Air Road is Baltimore. Latrobe is Baltimore. Cherry Hill is Baltimore. Glen Burnie ain't Baltimore. Poplar Grove is Baltimore. Woodlawn not Baltimore. I know y'all think y'all from Baltimore, but y'all not. It's Chelsea.
If I wanted to say that, I would have wrote it. I said what I said.
Okay, well what you said was some bull.
But you don't like it. You don't like it.
I sure damn don't like it.
Well, then what you want me to do?
It's Chelsea. It's Chelsea.
Stunning on them haters like your boy a superstar. If life was a movie, then you know my rated R. So fuck your whole crew into spotlight on by, do. Stunning on them haters like your boy a superstar. If life was a movie, then you know my rated R. So fuck your whole crew into spotlight on by, do. If they bury me alive, they'll just say I'm fresh to death. If that hoe don't act right, you gotta play it to the left. Feel like the realest walking as long as the Lord give me breath. I'm bad with the pen, Michael Jackson, Jermaine don't hear me though. So deaf, been on my grind, my own shadow shine. No more talk, reject, decline. Money tossing, that's all I'm hearing, so that other BS can get the hell off my line. About to go loot or roll out my biz. I'm on the clock with asking what time it is. How the fuck you ballin' when you can't even hoop? I get the party jumping, crash bandicoot. I don't fuck around with a nigga poop. Fuck with
with us, you be red as tomato soup. Different color diamonds in my motherfucking chain, got it looking like a bowl of Fruit Loops. I'm old school shit. Take your shit from a hoop to a coop. Late night and the neighbors like somebody's rocking, knocking the boots. Yeah, cash rules everything. Gotta get the loot. You ain't smoking, only gas your ass. Got it when you poop. I don't wanna hear your bullshit like I got you on mute. You ain't got a lot to kick it, real niggas. I salute. Killing this shit. I need a all black suit. Location to the paper chase. I'm already en route. Lyrical killer, cause of death. Verbal dispute. Swagger perfect. How I execute. On God, don't eat that forbidden fruit.
Stunning on them haters like your boy a superstar. If life was a movie, then you know my rated R. So fuck your whole crew, them too. Small like oompa, do what he do. Stunning on them haters like your boy a superstar. If life was a movie, then you know my rated R. So fuck your whole crew, them too. Small like oompa, do what he do.
Wild loud every time the beat drop like Monica. Is that your chick? She trying to blow me. Harmonica. I stay on these suckers' necks, similar to Dracula. When them snakes cross your rock and roll like Metallica. I ain't got no friends. All I got is money. All you hear is heavy metal. If you try to take it from me, bring it back. Boomerang. That shit strong. J. Rather eat crumbs with buns than eat steaks with snakes. Word to my nigga Dana J. Only God can judge me, give a fuck what you devils gotta say. My black chick pray for you, my white chick pull a pistol on the KKK. Asking where I been, I just tell them MIA. Meanwhile ballin' like a bitch, no disrespect to the WNBA. Go and get the money like a duffel bag, boy. I ride with my niggas like my name was Dope Boy. Listen, you can't ride the wave when I rock the boat ahoy. Legendary flow, I kick that shit like Bruce Leroy. Lame ass nigga ain't talking about nothing. Nobody got your back cause you always frontin'. Girl, I wanna rock with you. Your baby daddy wanna be starting something. We trying to function. You would think I was an actor cause of the way that I be.
Stunning on them haters like your boy a superstar. If life was a movie, then you know my rated R. So fuck your whole crew, him too. Small like oompa, do what he do. Stunning on them haters like your boy a superstar. If life was a movie, then you know my rated R. So fuck your whole crew, them too. Small like oompa, do what he do.
Yo, can I with you? What?
ACT, you see this?
Look, if it ain't official Dana J, Levi for Kelly, or Prima Donna News, I don't even want to see it. Just take the dog. Look, you got some weed? I gotta get some. All right, hurry up. These and them here, everybody here, we waiting on you. All right.
I know that there's more. More for you, more for us.
DJ discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking the pandemic.
DJ discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking the pandemic.
DJ discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking the pandemic.
Say you love me, what you gon' do now? Hope you're ready, cause I'm really about to put it down. Girl, you know that I will never disrespect you. We love tomorrow, but tonight I wanna spank you. That ass, girl, gotta make it last now. Girl, I'm so and I'ma beat it up.
Yo, what's happening? Jeez, it's your boy Papa Dog. Be mad at me. Street loose. Yo, tried to tell him. Yo, goddamn. My lady pregnant again, but this time she pregnant with twins. Another collection plate. Come on, preacher, that's kind of strange. I'm sorry, God, I need that little change. I gotta do a couple things. Cause that stimulus, it ain't stimulate. Tax time, the mama got pissed and won't let them claim the baby. They shooting again. These just crazy, they need some help. Man, they shot him in the hip. He fell out and shitted on himself. My cousin Paul called fed time up the road, did a whole dime. He used to call home. I heard niggas crying in the background, saying to myself, this ain't how we supposed to live. Turn on Facebook, man, another bitch that got killed. For the love that my dog losing weight out here smoking cocaine cigarettes. 8 years old, shot in the head, had nothing to do with that. That baby innocent. Go get George Zimmerman if y'all just wanna kill a bitch. That's why I'm asking Jesus. Please tell me why you leave us. Tell me why you leave. These people wanna dead. On the internet capping, that shit is fake, bro. In the mirror showing your ass, putting no makeup. Man, y'all better wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Man, y'all better wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Man, y'all better wake up. I've been telling y'all better wake up. You can't nail bitch, ain't Papa Duck, ain't say nothing. I told y'all everything. I told you I like the government stole it. I told y'all about COVID, the CIA and the cloning. MK Ultra, the whole world's under hypnosis. They turn the TV off, that's how Hollywood control us. And ain't no cure for cancer, you're right, that's some bullshit. If they can lead us and go to the moon, they'd have been done did it. And if you took the shot, I pray for you. Lord, no. Don't want black folk to grow, so they put us on birth control. And just cause you go to church every Sunday don't make you saved. 12 years of school's how you turn niggas to slaves. On our minds they put shackles, they lie, trickers and trappers. They use the influence of athlete, actors and rappers. For real. That fucked up they did to Emmett Till, and all the pain his mom and family had to feel. That's why I'm asking Jesus, hey, please tell me why you leave us. Tell me why you leave. These people wanna dead. On the internet capping, that shit is fake, bro. In the mirror showing your ass, putting no makeup. Man, y'all better wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Man, y'all better wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Man, y'all better wake up. What's happening? It's your boy Papa Dog. I've been telling y'all about this shit for a long time, bro. I get on YouTube every day, drop videos on nothing but that sauce, and I'm telling y'all what time it is, and I'm telling y'all these people want us dead, bro. We living like it called to do this, and bro, I done been wide open just to hate and hurt and kill each other every day. You feel me? You feel me? Man, one time for all the folks that's already woke, and the ones that ain't, need to wake up.
You need to wake up. What's going on, Dream Team? What's going on, y'all? Y'all see the title, I came to give y'all a whole nother direction. But guess what? Some said, check Pacer. I checked Pacer. Hey, Sweet Pea, what's going on? And something came out. So we have a choice. Do I continue with, let me see what I got. Yeah, we're going to continue with that. We're going to continue with that. But Don Russell jury instructions dropped, and I got them. So, do you want to save that for last? Or do you want me to start with that first and then end out with everything else? If you want me to save that for last, put in the chat last. If you want me to start it first with it, everybody say first. Go. Let's see. Chris Starry, what's up, bro? God's gift, what's going on? Love yourself. Hey, little T. T in the building. Sharice, Miss Lee T. Denise, Sweet Pea. Who else? Who else I see? Willie Will. Sharice, how you doing? Aaron, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? Silky Smooth in the building. Ow, with that Silky Smooth stuff. Ow. Lord Chocolate Tie. Girl, that chocolate tie. I see 2 first. Let's see. 3 first. I see 1 last. New Black Panther said do it last. So I'm just saying. Whichever one. First. I mean, I wanted to do it last, but that's all I see is first. So y'all overruled. Last. I see 2 last. Rest first. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 last, 2 first. I mean 4 first, 2 last. Y'all just saying hello to the chat, but I asked a question. So I'm gonna let y'all get y'all laughs out. I'll let y'all get y'all hellos out. How y'all doing, everybody? Hey, everybody doing? I have the Don Russell jury instructions. Let's go here. Do you want me to do it first or last? Hold on. You said drop that shit first, bro. Okay, drop it first. Let's go. Let's go. So, let's see. Where is it at? Okay. Since y'all say y'all want to go there first, man, I really didn't want to do it first. But since y'all said go there first, I gotta go here. You know what I mean? Yo, do y'all like this picture that's behind me? If y'all like the picture that's behind me, I expect y'all to getting ready to support the movie when it drops. I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be cool. I have a real funny part, good part, a funny good part. Should I put like that in the joint? Come watch me do my thing. Also, it's gonna be in theaters. Man, what am I gonna do first? What am I gonna do first? Let's go ahead, man. Let's go. Because you know, a lot of people hate when I be reading people's stuff. You know, a lot of people hate that. So go get some water. Look at this. Device is hating on me. Look at this. Look at this. Vice is hating on me. So go get some water. But for everybody who don't know my name, and for everybody who tried to say that, you know, it is what it is, here's what I'm going to say. For everybody that say they can't find me, while people go and get that water and I put these instructions up here, man, play my goddamn theme music, man.
What you gon' do? What you won't do, nigga? What you gon' do, nigga? Here I go. No, y'all niggas that damn. Here I go. No, y'all niggas that damn. Here I go. Man right here. The man right here. Here I go. Y'all motherfuckers better get ready to rumble. Passing like bumble, slice on the bungle. Y'all motherfuckers ain't ready. Facing the most, get a condition, come ready, and the job is a machete. No, I don't. Herbs I do. You bitch probably can see me with a bird's eye view. It's alive, feel alive, your head spin. Stop walking the one way to a fucking dead end. But the yellow, coward hard. Get the gasoline candle, get the fucking fire started. Heart jump like a bass drum rock. You better meet the alligator in the swamp. Here I go. 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 Here I go.
All right. Whew. Let's go. I know some folks like, he capping. You know, I don't do that, none of that. I don't do none of that. Let's go. General instructions. A, introduction. Members of the jury, I will now instruct you as to the law that governs this case. You have been handed a copy of the instructions I will read. Please read along with me. You will be able to take your copy of the instructions into the jury room and to consult them during your deliberations. There are 3 parts to these instructions. I'll begin with general instructions about your role and about how you are to decide the facts of the case, i.e., what happened. I will then give you instructions that are specific to the charges in this case. I will close with instructions about such matters as communications with the court, conduct during deliberations, and the process for returning a verdict. It is important that you listen carefully. I am reading these instructions from a prepared text because the law is made up of words that are very carefully chosen. This is not a time to ad-lib. When I tell you what the law is, it is critical that I use exactly the right words. B, role of the court. My duty at this point is to instruct you as to the law. It is your duty to accept these instructions of law and to apply them to the facts as you determine them. With respect to legal matters, you must take the law as I give it to you. If any lawyer has stated a legal principle different from any that I state to you in my instructions, it is my instructions that you must follow. You are to consider these instructions together as a whole. In other words, you are not to isolate or give undue weight to any particular instruction. You must not substitute your own notions or opinions of what the law is or what it ought to be. C, role of the jury. As members of the jury, you are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You decide what happened. It is your sworn duty to determine the facts based solely on the evidence received in this trial. Any opinion I might have regarding the facts is of absolutely no consequence. D, role of counsel. The personalities and the conduct of counsel in the courtroom are not in any way at issue. If you formed an opinion of any kind as to any of the lawyers in the case, favorable or unfavorable, whether you approved or disapproved of their behavior as advocates, that should not enter into your deliberations at all. The lawyers and I have had conferences at the bench and other conferences out of your hearing. These conferences involve procedural and evidentiary matters that are the responsibility of the judge and should not enter into your deliberations at all. A lawyer has a duty to object when the other side offers testimony or other evidence that the lawyer believes is not admissible. It is my responsibility to rule on those objections. Why an objection was made of how I ruled on it is not your concern. You should not draw any inference simply from the fact that a lawyer objects to a question, or that I sustained or overruled an objection. E, sympathy or bias. You must evaluate the evidence calmly and objectively, without prejudice or sympathy. You must complete fair and impartial. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence introduced at this trial, or lack of evidence. Our system of justice cannot work unless you reach your verdict through a fair and impartial consideration of the evidence. Under your oath as jurors, you are not to be swayed by sympathy or prejudice. You are to be guided solely by the evidence in this case. And the crucial bottom line question that you must ask yourselves as you consider each charge against Mr. Russell is, has the government proven each element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt? It is for you alone to decide whether the government has proven that Mr. Russell is guilty of the crimes charged, and you are to do so solely on the basis of the evidence and subject to the law as I explained it to you. If you let fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy interfere with your thinking, there is a risk that you will not arrive at a true and just verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt as to Mr. Russell's guilt, as to a particular charge, you should not hesitate for any reason to reach a verdict of not guilty as to that charge. On the other hand, if you should find that the government has met its burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Russell is guilty of a particular charge, you should not hesitate because of sympathy or any other reason to reach a verdict of guilty as to that charge. The question of possible punishment must not enter into or influence your deliberations in any way. The duty of imposing a sentence rests exclusively on me. Your function is to weigh the evidence in the case and to determine whether or not the government has proven Mr. Russell's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, solely on the basis of such evidence or lack of evidence. Under your oath as jurors, you cannot allow a consideration of the punishment that may be imposed on Mr. Russell if he is convicted to influence your verdict in any way or in any sense, to enter into deliberations. Similarly, you cannot permit any feelings you might have about the nature of the crimes charged to interfere with your decision-making process. Your verdict must be based exclusively on the evidence or the lack of evidence in this case. F, all persons equal before the law. In reaching your verdict, you must keep in mind that all parties stand equal before a jury in the courts of the United States. I wonder why they didn't say the United States of America. The fact that the government is a party, I'm going to say it again. The fact that the government is a party and that the prosecution is brought in the name of the United States does not entitle the government or its witness to any greater consideration than that accorded to any other party. So it lets you know that the government is nothing more than just a party. So why is people scared of the government? By the same token, you must give the government and its witnesses no less consideration. In reaching your decision as to whether the government sustain its burden of proof, you may not consider any personal feelings you may have about the defendant's race, religion, ethnicity, national origin, sex, or age. All persons are entitled to the same presumption of innocence. G, presumption of innocence, the government's burden of proof, and the reasonable doubt standard. Mr. Russell has pleaded not guilty. In doing so, he has denied the charges in the indictment. As a result, the government has the burden of proving the charges against him beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to a defendant because the law never imposes on a defendant in a criminal case. The burden of duty is of testifying, of calling any witness, or of locating or producing any evidence. Time out. Why they didn't do that for Robert Wester Kelly? Wow, they ain't say none of this for him. A defendant does not have to prove his innocence. That's not what y'all did with Robert. To the contrary, Mr. Russell is presumed innocent until such time, if ever, that you as a jury are satisfied that the government has proven him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Russell began the trial with a clean slate. Wow. And this presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit Mr. Russell unless you as jurors are unanimously convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt. This is crazy. After a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, if the government fails to sustain its burden, you must find Mr. Russell not guilty. I will now address reasonable doubt. What is reasonable doubt? It is a doubt founded in reason, as opposed to a doubt based on speculation, emotion, sympathy, or prejudice. It is a doubt that arises out of the evidence or the lack of evidence. It is doubt that a reasonable person has after carefully weighing all the evidence. Reasonable doubt is a doubt that arises from your own judgment, life experience, and common sense when applied to the evidence. After a fair and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are not satisfied of the guilt of Mr. Russell. That is, if you do not have an abiding conviction of his guilt, you must find him not guilty. What question? Hold on, stop right there. Why the judge keep throwing a not guilty thing out there? Come on, man. What is up with that? In other words, if you have such a doubt as would cause you, as a prudent person, to hesitate before acting in a manner of importance to yourself, then you have a reasonable doubt. And it is your duty to find Mr. Russell not guilty. See? On the other hand, if after a fair and impartial consideration of all the evidence you do have an abiding conviction of Mr. Russell's guilt, in other words, a conviction you would be willing to act upon without hesitation in an important matter in your own life, then you have no reasonable doubt, and it is your duty to find Mr. Russell guilty. Reasonable doubt is not whim or speculation. It is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty. Reasonable doubt also does not mean beyond all possible doubt. It is practically impossible for a person to be absolutely and completely convinced of any disputed fact that by its nature is not susceptible to mathematical certainty. As a result, the law in a criminal case is that it is sufficient for the government to establish the guilt of a defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all possible doubt. H. What is and is not evidence? In determining the facts, you must rely on your own recollection of the evidence. The evidence in this case is the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits received in evidence, and the stipulations or agreements as to facts entered into by the parties. When I sustained an objection to a question, the answer that the witness may have given in response to that question is not part of the evidence in this case and may not be considered by you. You are likewise not to consider a lawyer's questions as evidence. It is the witness's answers that are the evidence, not the questions. The only exhibits that are evidence in this case are those that were received in evidence. Exhibits shown to a witness but not received in evidence are not evidence, nor are materials that were used only to refresh a witness' recollection. As I told you at the outset of this case, arguments by lawyers are not evidence because the lawyers are not witnesses. What they have said to you in their opening statements and in their closing arguments is intended to help you understand the evidence to reach your verdict. However, where your recollection of the evidence differs from what a lawyer has argued, it is your recollection of the evidence that controls. You must determine the facts based solely on the evidence received in this trial. And determining the facts, you must rely on your own recollection of the evidence. What the lawyer said in opening statements, in closing arguments, and objections, or in questions is not evidence. I remind you also that nothing I have said during the trial or will say in instructing you on the law is evidence. Similarly, the rulings I have made during the trial are not any indication of my views of what your decision should be. It is for you alone to decide what weight, if any, to give to the testimony of the various witnesses and to the exhibits that have been received in evidence. Evidence received for a limited purpose. During the trial, I told you that certain text messages received in evidence could not be considered by the jury for the truth of the matters asserted in those text messages. Where I gave you such an instruction, you may not rely on statements made in those text messages for their truth. What? Okay. J. Direct and circumstantial evidence. Generally, there are two types of evidence that you may consider in reaching your verdict: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about something he or she knows by virtue of his or her own senses, something seen, felt, touched, or heard. For example, if a witness testifies that when he left his house this morning, it was raining. That would be direct evidence about the weather. Direct evidence may also be in the form of an exhibit. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which you may infer the existence of certain facts. For example, I assume that when you came into the courthouse this morning, the sun was shining and it was a nice day. I assume that the courtroom blinds are drawn and you cannot look outside. As you're sitting here, someone walks in with an umbrella, which is dripping wet. Then a few minutes later, another person enters with a wet raincoat. Now you can't look outside the courtroom to see whether it's raining. So you have no direct evidence of that fact. But based on the facts that I have asked you to assume, you could conclude that it had been raining. That's all there is to circumstantial evidence. On the basis of reason, life, experience, and common sense, you infer from one established fact the existence or non-existence of some other fact. The matter of drawing inferences from facts and evidence is not a matter of guesswork or speculation. An inference is a logical, factual conclusion that you might reasonably draw from other facts that have been proven. Many material facts, such as what a person was thinking or intending, are rarely easily proven by direct evidence. Often such facts are established by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence may be given as much weight as direct evidence. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence, but simply requires that before convicting a defendant, the jury must be satisfied of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Based on all the evidence in the case, whether direct or circumstantial, there are times when different inferences may be drawn from the evidence. The government may ask you to draw one set of inferences, while the defendant asks you to draw another. It is for you alone to decide what inferences you will draw from the evidence. What is important here is the quality and persuasiveness of the evidence relied on by a party, and not the number of witnesses. The number or variety of the exhibits that party introduce, or the length of time that party spent on a particular subject. Questions by the court. You should draw no inference or conclusion of any kind, whether favorable or unfavorable, with respect to any witness or party, by reason of any question I posed to a witness. My questions were designed to clarify or expedite matters and were not intended to suggest any view on my part as to a witness's credibility or as to what your decision should be. The decision here is for you alone. Specific investigative techniques. Jesus, Robert ain't have none of this. There's no legal requirement that the government prove its case through any particular means. You are not to speculate as to why the government used the techniques it did, or why it did not use other techniques. Law enforcement techniques are not your concern. Your concern is to determine whether or not, based on the evidence or lack of evidence, the government has proven Mr. Russell's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. M. Summary charts. A number of summary charts were limited into evidence. These charts purport to summarize the underlying evidence that was used to prepare them. The purpose of the summary chart is to assist you in considering the underlying evidence. You may consider the summary chart as you weigh the evidence only to the extent that you find that they accurately reflect the underlying exhibits that were received in evidence. Sorry about that. N. Evidence obtained pursuant to search. You have heard testimony that law enforcement officials recovered evidence during certain searches. This evidence was obtained in a lawful manner, and the government's use of this evidence at the trial is lawful, regardless of any personal opinions you may have about the means and methods of obtaining this evidence. You should consider this evidence along with all the other evidence in this case in determining whether the government has proven Mr. Russell's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What weight you give this evidence, if any, is entirely up to you. Oh, use of recordings and transcripts. Certain audio and video recordings were received in evidence. These recordings were made in a lawful manner. Whether you approve or disapprove of the recordings, you may not enter into your deliberations. You were provided with transcripts of the recordings. As I told you, when the recordings were received in evidence, the evidence is what you hear on the recordings. The transcripts are provided to you merely as an aid. The recordings themselves are the actual evidence. Accordingly, if you hear something different on the recordings than what is set forth in the transcripts, it is what you hear on the recordings that controls. P. Redactions. Some of the exhibits received in evidence contain redactions, meaning part of the exhibit was deleted. The redactions were made to eliminate irrelevant material and to protect the privacy of people who are not parties in this case. You are to concern yourself only with the part of the exhibit that has been received in evidence, and you should not speculate about what information was deleted. Witnesses' credibility. Jesus Christ, this man done wrote a whole book. Oh my God. The Southern District is worse than the Eastern District. You should evaluate the credibility of the witnesses by using your common sense. Common sense is your greatest asset as a juror. What up, Levi? Ask yourself whether the witness appeared honest, opinion, candid, and truthful. Did the witness appear evasive or as though he or she was trying to hide something? How responsive was the witness to the questions asked on cross-examination in comparison to the question posed on direct examination? Excuse me. You should also consider the witness's ability to recall past events. If you find that any witness has lied under oath at this trial, you should view the testimony of that witness cautiously and weigh it with great care. Why couldn't Robert be in this court with this judge? It is for you to decide, however, how much of that witness testimony, if any, you wish to believe. A witness may be inaccurate, contradictory, or even untruthful in some respects, and yet entirely believable and truthful in other respects. You should also keep in mind that few people recall every detail of every event precisely the same way. It is for you to determine whether inconsistencies in witness accounts are significant or inconsequential. In some, it is up to you to decide whether the testimony of a witness is truthful and accurate in part and whole, or not at all, as well as what weight, if any, to give to that witness's testimony. And evaluating the testimony of any witness, you may consider, among other things, the witness's intelligence, the ability and opportunity the witness had to see, hear, or know the things that the witness testified about, the witness's memory, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, the manner of the witness while testifying, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony in light of all the evidence in this case. The government is not required to prove the essential elements of an offense by any particular number of witnesses. The testimony of a single witness may be sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of the essential elements of an offense, if you believe that that witness has truthfully and accurately related what he or she has told you. Similarly, the testimony of a single witness may provide the basis for reasonable doubt. If you believe that witness has testified truthfully and accurately. R. Prior inconsistent statements. Jesus Christ. Lawyers sometimes argue that at some earlier time, a witness said or did something that is inconsistent with their trial testimony. Where evidence of a prior inconsistent statement was introduced, the purpose was to assist you in deciding whether to believe that witness's testimony. If you find that a witness made an earlier statement that conflicts with that witness's trial testimony, you may consider that fact in deciding how much of the witness's trial testimony, if any, to believe. In making this determination, you may consider whether the witness intentionally made a false statement or whether it was an innocent mistake. Whether the inconsistency concerns an important fact or an insignificant detail. Whether the witness had an explanation for the inconsistency and whether the explanation accords with your common sense. It is exclusively your responsibility to determine, based upon all the evidence and your own good judgment, whether the prior statement was inconsistent, and if so, how much, if any, weight to give to the inconsistent statement, and determining whether to believe all, part of, or none of the witness's testimony. S. Witness's bias. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you should consider whether the witness has an interest in the outcome of this case, or is biased in favor of or against one side or the other. You should also consider evidence of any interest or motive that the witness may have in cooperating with one side or the other. It is your duty to consider whether any witness has permitted bias or interest or interest to color his or her testimony. If you find that a witness is biased, you should view his or her testimony with caution, weigh it with great care, and subject it to close and searching scrutiny. Of course, the mere fact that a witness has an interest in the outcome of this case does not mean he or she has not told the truth. It is for you to decide from the observations and applying your common sense, life experience, and all other considerations I have mentioned, whether the possible interest of a witness has intentionally or otherwise colored or distorted his or her testimony. You are not required to disbelieve an interested witness. You may accept as much of his or her testimony as you deem reliable and reject as much as you deem unworthy of acceptance. I'm going to stop right here for 3 minutes, go get something to drink, go get something to eat, and come right back. I know how I get. Give y'all time to stretch out for a second while I play this joint.
Wait a minute, it's your boy, January. So hey, back up. Money coming through, back up. Money coming through.
money coming through. See them two chicks, call that a double up. See that black range, call that an armor truck. Move them ropes, bitch, this ain't double dutch. 20 years career money, y'all niggas lucking up. Pop champagne, call that a bubble up. Chicks came back, but I ain't trying to cuddle up. 31 flavors, talking about the cars, now garage like a rainbow, like the juice in my cup. But I ain't trying to brag though, haters move too slow, y'all better step it up. If you that shit up in this club like I am in this club, then throw your middle fingers up. All stars, try to set the bar. Know who we are. So haters, back up. Money coming through, back up.
Back up.
Money coming through, back up.
Back up.
Money coming through, back up.
Hey, look, money in the bag, call that a robbery. Shorty seen the ass, now they wanna swallow me. Mag Mouse swag, you hoes at the Dollar Tree. They wonder where I'm at, but you hoes better follow me. Gone in the brain, need a lobotomy. Keep that thing clean on the side of me. Diamonds in my chain, think I won the lottery. Haters wanna hate, but they don't even bother me. Wait, it's money in the building. Cash so long, I can stack it to the ceiling. You ain't making meals, then you ain't even appealing. Why my nigga Kale's gonna tell him how we feeling?
All stars, time to set the bar. Know who we are. So haters, back up. Money coming through, back up. Money coming through, back up. Money coming through, back up. Money coming through.
Let's get back to it. Law enforcement witnesses. You have heard testimonies from employees of the United States Attorney's Office. The fact that a witness is employed in a law enforcement office does not mean that that witness's testimony deserves more or less consideration, or greater or lesser weight than that of any other witness. It is up to you to decide. After reviewing all the evidence, what weight to give the testimony of such a witness. You. Opinion testimony. Why is he laying it down like this? I've permitted Andrew Peterson to offer opinions about certain matters that are at issue in this case. Mr. Peterson was permitted to give opinion testimony because he possesses specialized knowledge as a result of his education, training, and work experience. And weighing the testimony of Mr. Peterson, you may consider his qualifications, the reasons he gave for his opinions, and the reliability of the information supporting those opinions, as well as all the factors I have previously mentioned for evaluating witness testimony. You may also consider any compensation he received or will receive in connection with this case. To the extent you find the testimony of Mr. Peterson credible and reliable, you may rely on it. To the extent you do not find his testimony credible and reliable, you need not rely on it. Opinion testimony should receive whatever weight and credit, if any, you think appropriate given all the other evidence in the case. The improper considerations, race, religion, national origin, sex, or age. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence developed at trial or the lack of evidence. It would be improper for you to consider in reaching your decision as to whether the government sustained its burden of proof any personal feelings you may have about the defendant's race, religion, national origin, sex, or age. Similarly, it would be improper for you to consider any personal feelings you may have about the race, religion, national origin, sex, or age of any witness or anyone else involved in this case. Both sides are entitled to a trial free of prejudice, and our judicial system cannot work unless you reach your verdict through a fair and impartial consideration of the evidence. Persons not on trial. You may not draw any inference, whether favorable or unfavorable, as to either side from the fact that no person other than Mr. Russell is on trial here. You may not speculate as to the reasons why other people are not on trial. Those matters are wholly outside your concern and have no bearing on your function as jurors. Uncalled witnesses. There are people whose names you heard during the trial, but who did not appear to testify. You should not speculate as to what those people would have testified to had they been called. Their absence should not affect your judgment in any way. You should keep in mind my instruction, however, that the law does not impose on a defendant the burden of, or duty of calling any witnesses or producing any evidence. It is the government's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each element of the crimes charged in the indictment. Why? Defendant's right not to testify. This judge is, he went all the way through it. Defendant's right not to testify. Mr. Russell did not testify in this case. As I told you at the outset of this case, under our Constitution. Under our what? Constitution. Which is the main thing that everybody should go by. But Ann Donnelly didn't go by that. A defendant has no obligation to testify or to present any evidence because it is the government's burden to prove a defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That burden remains with the government throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. A defendant is never required to prove that he or she is innocent. You may not attach any significance to the fact that Mr. Russell did not testify. You may not draw any inference against him because he did not take the witness stand. You may not speculate as to why he did not testify, and you may not consider this against him in any way in your deliberations. Z. Jesus Christ. This is a lot. Preparations of a witness. There has been evidence that witnesses discussed the facts of this case and their testimony with lawyers before they appeared in court. Although you may consider that fact when you are evaluating a witness's credibility, you should be aware that there is nothing unusual or improper about a witness meeting with lawyers before testifying. Indeed, it would be unusual for a lawyer to call a witness to testify without such preparation. Now we know the government prepared the accusers, like I said. The weight you give to the fact of or the nature of the witness's preparation for his or her testimony and what inference you draw from such preparation are matters completely within your discretion. AA, variance in dates. The indictment in this case refers to various dates. It does not matter if the indictment states that specific conduct is alleged to have occurred on or about a certain date, and the evidence indicates that, in fact, it was on another date. The law only requires a substantial similarity between the dates alleged in the indictment and the dates established through evidence at trial. BB, stipulations. You have heard evidence in the form of stipulations or arguments as to certain facts where the parties have entered into an agreement as to certain facts. You must regard the agreed upon facts as true. 2. Instructions as to specific charges. I will now turn to the charges in this case. A. Significance of the indictment. As I have told you, the charges against Mr. Russell are set forth in the indictment, An indictment is not evidence of the guilt of a defendant. It is merely an accusation. The indictment gives a defendant notice of the charges against him, and it informs the court and the public of the nature of the accusations. Given that an indictment is proof of nothing, a defendant begins trial with a clean slate and without any evidence against him. Why? Oh man. This right here just proves how Robert was railroaded. B, multiple counts. The indictment in this case contains 2 charges or counts against Mr. Russell. You will be asked to determine as to each count whether the government has proven Mr. Russell's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and you will be asked to make a separate finding as to each count. C, summary of charges. The 2 charges against Mr. Russell are as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to transmit in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another. Count 1 charges Mr. Russell with conspiracy to transmit in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another. Count 1 charges that on or about December the 4th, 2018, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Darnell Russell, the defendant, and others known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, threatening physical harm by interstate communication. Stop for a second. I'm going to highlight something, right? I want y'all to pay attention to that because now I'm about to highlight this. It says, the defendant and others known and unknown willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States. Stop. If the threat was to Newhouse, what do they mean by offense against the United States? And I stop there because I want you to understand what they're talking about. When they said threat against the United States, I'm going to ask the chat, who know what they talking about when they say that? If anybody besides Big Vi and can answer that, then I don't have to explain it. Hey, darling. Hey, big baby Panil. Nita B, God's gift. Hey, V White. Do anybody know what they talking about when they say against the United States? God's gift said no. Is there anybody that want to take a crack at this and before I explain it? Is there anybody that want to take a crack at this before I explain it? Jesus Christ, I don't understand. Okay, what they mean by commit an offense against the United States. Here it is. A threat was called into the Newhouse place, right? All right. It was people or persons in the building, right? With people or persons in the building. Once again, if you have not reclaimed your birthright and took yourself out of their system, you are property of the United States. So if you threaten or do anything against anyone of the United States, the United States can bring charges against you. Now, do you get it? You are the property of the United States by way of your parents signing you over to the system when they signed your paperwork and an affidavit in the hospital. So it goes to show that everything that I've been teaching about, it follows you. And when you go to the higher courts, you see it being played out. Now you see it, and now y'all see it in real time. You are the property of the United States. That's what the affidavit is for. Once you have a birth certificate and a social security number, you are the property. Now, here's where it's going to get crazy at. Listening. To wit, threatening physical harm by interstate communication. Interstate communication it only means one place to another. If you notice, it didn't say physical harm by interstate communication within the United States. It was a part and object of the, no, it was a part and object of the conspiracy that Darnell Russell, the defendant, and others known and unknown would and did transmit in interstate and foreign commerce. A communication containing a threat to injure the person of another. To wit, Russell placed an interstate telephone call to threaten physical harm to those attending a December the 4th, 2018 screening of the documentary series entitled Surviving R. Kelly at a venue in New York. That's what they mean by foreign commerce. Interstate just means from place to place. Foreign commerce is a foreign place that you would, a foreign commerce means any place that you wouldn't go to on a regular. So it's not known to you, it's foreign. Russell placed an interstate telephone call to threaten physical harm to those attending a December the 4th, 2018 screening of the documentary series entitled Surviving R. Kelly at a venue in New York called Newhouse, Madison Square. Count 2, transmitting in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another. Count 2 charges Mr. Russell with transmitting in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another. Count 2 charges that on or about December the 4th, 2018, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Darnell Russell, the defendant, knowingly and intentionally did transmit in interstate and foreign commerce a communication containing a threat to injure the person of another. To wit, Russell placed an interstate telephone call to Newhouse in New York, threatening physical harm to those attending the December the 4th, 2018 screening of Surviving R. Kelly at Newhouse. D, count 2, transmitting in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another. 1, introduction. The law provides that whoever transmits in interstate commerce any communication containing any threat to injure the person of another shall be guilty of a crime. 2, elements. To find Mr. Russell guilty of count 2, you must find that the government has proven each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Mr. Russell threatened to injure another person. Here, those attending the December the 4th, 2018 screening of Surviving R. Kelly at Newhouse. Second, that the threat was transmitted in interstate commerce. And third, that Mr. Russell transmitted the threat knowingly and intentionally. A, first element, threat. The first element of count 2 that the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that Mr. Russell communicated words that were in fact a threat. As I will define that term for you, a threat is a serious statement expressing an intention to inflict bodily harm at once or in the future, as distinguished from idle or careless talk, exaggeration, or something said in a joking manner. Sound like somebody I know that's about to face this. A threat is a serious statement expressing an intention to inflict bodily injury at once or in the future, as distinguished from idle or careless talk, exaggeration, or something said in a joking manner. For a statement to be a threat, the statement must have been made under such circumstances that a reasonable person who heard the statement would understand it as a serious expression of an intent to inflict bodily injury or to kill. The government must also show that Mr. Russell made a statement intending it to be a threat, or with knowledge that the statement had allegedly made would be viewed as a threat. Direct proof of a person's intent at a particular point in time is often not available. People genuinely don't maintain a written record of what they are thinking at any given time. Accordingly, although a person's intent is subjective, intent may be established by circumstantial evidence based on a defendant's outward manifestations, his words, his conduct, his acts, and all the surrounding circumstances disclosed by the evidence and the rationale or logical inferences that may be drawn therefrom. In determining whether or not Mr. Russell made a threat, you should consider the circumstances in which he allegedly made the statement, including surrounding conversation, the language he allegedly used, and the reaction of those who heard the alleged statement. As I told you during the trial, while the reaction of some who heard the statement is not dispositive as to whether the statement constitutes a threat under the law, you may consider the subjective views of the person who heard the statement. The government need not prove that Mr. Russell intended to carry out the alleged threat, or that he had the present ability to carry out the alleged threat. Moreover, a defendant's statement may be a threat even if it was never communicated, nor intended to be communicated to the actual target of the threat. B. Second element, transmission in interstate commerce. The second element of count 2 that the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the alleged threat was transmitted in interstate commerce. To establish this element, the government must prove that the communication at issue passed between 2 or more states, as, for example, a telephone call between New York and New Jersey. Accordingly, this element is satisfied where a defendant used a facility of interstate commerce, such as a telephone, to transmit the communication to another state. The government is not required to prove that a defendant knew that the threat would be transmitted across state lines. C. Third element, intent to transmit. The third element that the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that Mr. Russell transmitted the alleged threat knowingly and intentionally. To establish this element, the government must prove that Mr. Russell knowingly and intentionally transmitted the alleged threat to another person, and that he intended the communication to be received by that person as a threat. A person acts knowingly if he acts intentionally and voluntarily, and not because of ignorance, mistake, accident, or carelessness. An act is done intentionally if it is done deliberately and purposefully. It is the defendant's acts must have been the product of his conscious objective rather than the product of force, mistake, accident, mere negligence, or some other innocent reason. Whether a defendant acted knowingly and intentionally may be proven by the defendant's conduct and by all of the surrounding facts and circumstances, as I explained when instructing you as to intent in connection with the first element of count 2. The government is not required to prove that Mr. Russell intended to carry out the alleged threat. E. Count 1. Conspiracy to transmit in interstate commerce, a threat to injure the person of another. 1. Introduction. Count 1 of the indictment charges Mr. Russell with conspiracy to transmit in interstate commerce, a threat to injure the person of another. As discussed in connection with count 2, it is a crime to transmit in interstate commerce any communication containing any threat to injure the person of another. The statute making it unlawful to conspire to transmit in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another reads as follows. If 2 or more persons conspire to commit any offense against the United States and 1 or more of such persons do any act to affect the object of the conspiracy, each of those persons is guilty of a crime. The conspiracy alleged in count 1 of the indictment is a separate and distinct offense from the crime charged in count 2, which is the actual transmission in interstate commerce of a threat to injure the person of another. You may find Mr. Russell guilty of the crime of conspiracy to transmit in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another, even if you find that he did not actually transmit such a threat. Wow. That is because conspiracy is a separate standalone crime, and liability may be found even where the conspiracy is not successful and the crime that was the object of the conspiracy was never actually committed. Ooh. 2. Elements. To find Mr. Russell guilty of count 1, you must find that the government has proven each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the charged conspiracy existed. That is, that 2 or more people entered into a unlawful agreement to commit the crime of transmitting in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another. Second, that Mr. Russell knowingly and intentionally became a member of that conspiracy. Third, that a member of the charged conspiracy committed at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. A. First element, existence of the conspiracy. The first element of count 1 that the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is the existence of the charged conspiracy. A conspiracy is an agreement or understanding between 2 or more people to accomplish by concerted action a criminal or unlawful purpose. The purpose of a conspiracy is referred to as the object of the conspiracy. Here, the object of the conspiracy charged in count 1 was to transmit in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another. In connection with count 2, I explained the elements of the crime of transmitting in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of another. To establish that a conspiracy existed, the government is not required to show that 2 or more people sat down around a table and entered into a solemn pact, orally or in writing, stating that they had formed a conspiracy to violate the law and spelling out all the details of the plans and the means by which the unlawful project is to be carried out, or the part that each member of the conspiracy is going to play. When people undertake to enter into a criminal conspiracy, much is often left to the unexpressed understanding. Conspirators do not usually reduce their agreements to a formal writing. They don't typically publicly broadcast their plans. By its very nature, a conspiracy is almost always secret in its origin and execution. It is enough if two or more people, in some way or manner, impliedly or tactly, come to an understanding to violate the law. Express language or specific words are not required to indicate assent or agreement to the conspiracy. You need only find that two or more people entered into an unlawful agreement alleged in count 1 to find that a conspiracy existed. What the government must prove is that there was a mutual understanding, either spoken or unspoken, between two or more people to cooperate with each other to violate the law and to accomplish an unlawful act. In determining whether the government has proven the existence of an unlawful agreement, you may consider the acts and the conduct of the alleged conspirators that were done to carry out the apparent criminal purpose. In this regard, the adage actions speak louder than the words is applicable. When taken together and considered as a whole, the acts and conduct of alleged conspirators may warrant the inference that a conspiracy existed, even if there is no direct proof of an agreement. Here, the government contends that the members of the charged conspiracy include Mr. Russell, Cash Jones, and June Barrett. Stop for a second. I wonder why Cash and June Barrett didn't get locked up. I wonder why. It is sufficient to establish the existence of the conspiracy charge in count 1 that you find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the minds of at least two alleged conspirators met in an understanding way, and that they agreed to work together to transmit in interstate commerce a threat to injure the person of those attending the December the 4th, 2018 screening of Surviving R. Kelly at Newhouse. All right, we're going to take our last break. Let's take our last break here. And I'm going to play a song. And then we back at it.
Listen, I don't even want to sing this song. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna talk through this. But I'm gonna talk on notes. But what I'm gonna be saying is the realest. Listen. First, I pop open a can of Red Bull. Then I mix it with some Bell and pour it all over you. Once I get your body tweaking, girl, I drop to my knees and then I'll proceed on this mission to drive you wild. Break out all the candles, oils, and hot towels. I can feel you scratching my back while I'm on top. Damn, girl, Said you know the sex is good when you're making those faces. And you know
Let's
the
get them
sex
likes
is
up. Get me
good
to
when
100,
you're
please.
going all
I need 50 more
and
likes.
you know the sex is good when your body's having fits. Toes curling, screaming out, son of a bitch. Said you know the sex is good when you're coming for the fourth time. Know the sex is good when you can't get it off your mind. And you know the sex is good when you tell your best friend. The room was steaming, I was screaming, son of a bitch. Now 2 hours later, we're still going at it. Girl, from the basement all the way up to the attic. Tease you up until you tell me, girl, I wanna grab it. And that's when I'm gonna bend you over, girl, and let you have it. Said you know the sex is good when you know the sex is good when you know the sex is good when you're going all, baby. And you know the sex is good when your body's having fits. Toes curling, screaming out, son of a bitch. Said you know the sex is good when you're coming for the fourth time. Know the sex is good when you can't get it off your mind. You know the sex is good when you tell your best friend. The room was steaming, I was screaming, son of a bitch.
Check it. Let's get them likes up, man. If you came in and just to listen and you ain't hit that like button, go ahead and hit that like button, man. If you came in and forgot to hit the like button, just hit the like button. That's all you gotta do. Hit the like button as you come in. Hit the like button as you go out. Let's go. B, second element, membership of this in a conspiracy. The second element of count 1 that the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that Mr. Russell knowingly and intentionally became a member of the charged conspiracy. I explained the terms knowingly and intentionally in connection with the third element of count 2, and you should apply those same definitions here. Knowledge and intent are a matter of inference from the facts proved. Science has not yet devised a method for looking into a person's mind and discovering what the person was thinking at a particular time. Excuse me. Accordingly, you will consider evidence of facts and communications alleged to have taken place involving Mr. Russell or in his presence and determine whether this evidence is sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt Mr. Russell's knowledge and intent. A defendant need not know the full extent of the conspiracy for you to infer knowledge or intent on his part. Nor is it necessary for the government to show that a defendant knew all of the activities of the conspiracy or even who all the participants were. Indeed, a defendant may know only one other member of the conspiracy and still be a conspirator. The duration and extent of a defendant's participation in a conspiracy has no bearing on his guilt. A defendant need not have joined the conspiracy at the outset. If a defendant joins a conspiracy at any time in its progress, he will be held responsible for all that was done before he joined and everything that is done during the conspiracy existence while he is a member. Participants in a conspiracy may perform separate and distinct acts. Some conspirators may play major roles, while others play minor roles in the scheme. An equal role is not what the law requires. The fact that a defendant's participation in a conspiracy was more limited than that of a co-conspirator should not affect your verdict. Indeed, even a single act may be sufficient to draw a defendant within the scope of a charged conspiracy. You should be aware, however, that a person who has no knowledge of a conspiracy but happens to act in a way that furthers some object or purpose of the conspiracy does not thereby become a conspirator. More is required under the law. Similarly, a person's mere association with a member of a conspiracy does not make that person a member of the conspiracy, even when that association is coupled with knowledge that a conspiracy is taking place. In other words, knowledge without agreement and participation is not sufficient. You may not find that Mr. Russell was a member of the charged conspiracy merely because of a friendship or a business association with an alleged co-conspirator. Moreover, mere discussion of common aims and interests does not necessarily establish membership in a conspiracy. What is necessary is that Mr. Russell joined in the charged conspiracy with knowledge of its unlawful purpose and with an intent to aid in accomplishment of its unlawful objectives. The critical question in connection with this element is, has the government proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Russell joined the conspiracy and knowingly and intentionally participated in it with an awareness of its unlawful objective and as something he wished to bring out? A conspiracy, once formed, is presumed to continue until either the objective or accomplished, or there is some affirmative act of termination by its members. So, too, once a person is found to be a member of a conspiracy, he is presumed to continue his membership in the venture until its termination, unless it is shown by some affirmative proof that he withdrew and disassociated himself from it. C, third element, overt act. The third element of count one that the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that a member of the conspiracy knowingly committed at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. The definition of knowingly provided earlier also applies here. The overt act requirement means that some step or action to further the conspiracy must be taken during the life of the conspiracy by one of the conspirators in order for the government to testify its burden of proof with respect to the overt act requirement. It is not necessary for the government to prove all or any of the overt acts alleged in the indictment, nor is the government required to prove that Mr. Russell himself committed an overt act. It is sufficient that the government to prove it's sufficient for the government to approve beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Russell or one of his alleged co-conspirators knowingly committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, whether or not that particular overt act is listed in the indictment. You should bear in mind that an overt act in furtherance of a conspiracy may itself be an innocent lawful act. An overt act does not have to be an act that is in and of itself criminal, nor is it necessary that the overt act itself constitutes an object of the conspiracy. Instead, it is sufficient if any member of the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. F, acts and statements of co-conspirators. In deciding whether the conspiracy charge in count one existed, you may consider all the evidence of the acts, conduct, and statements of Mr. Russell, along with all the evidence of the acts, conduct, and statements of those you determine the government has proven were co-conspirators of Mr. Russell, and the reasonable inference to be drawn from that evidence. When people enter into a conspiracy to accomplish an unlawful end, they become agents or partners of one another in carrying out the conspiracy. Accordingly, the reasonable foreseeable acts or statements of any member of the conspiracy committed in furtherance of the common purpose of the conspiracy are deemed under the law to be the acts or statements of all of the members of the conspiracy, and all of the members of the conspiracy are reasonable for such acts, are responsible for such acts or statements. This rule applies even though such acts or statements were not made or committed in the presence of Mr. Russell or were made or committed without his knowledge. Stop for a second. I'm gonna go back up for a second. When people enter into a conspiracy to accomplish an unlawful end, they become agents or partners of one another in carrying out the conspiracy. Stop. If this is true, right? How was Lisa Van Allen a victim? I'm gonna ask that question. If that is true, how was Lisa Van Allen a victim? Because didn't they say that she was a co-conspirator of Daryl McDavid, June Brown, and Robert Zessa Kelly? How can you be an agent or a partner of a person that you are a victim of? That's just a question that I wanted to ask. How can you be a partner or agent of a person that you're a victim of? Impossible. Impossible. And then they said, in order to have a conspiracy, the other people have to knowingly know what's going on. So if Robert ain't know what's going on, why is he in indictment with June Brown, Daryl McDavid, Lisa Van Allen, Chuck Keefe? I mean, I'm lost. So this breakdown goes against everything that they saying in Chicago and everything they did in New York. I'm glad I read this because I learned so much tonight. This rule applies even though such acts or statements were not made or committed in the presence of Mr. Russell or were made or committed without his knowledge. Before you may consider the acts or statements of a co-conspirator in deciding the guilt of Mr. Russell, however, you must first determine that the acts were committed or statements were made during the existence of and in furtherance of the alleged unlawful scheme. If the acts were done or the statements were made by someone whom you do not find to have been a member of the conspiracy, or if they were not in furtherance of the charged conspiracy, you may not be considered by you in deciding whether Mr. Russell is guilty. G, venue. As to both counts in the indictment, you must also consider the issue of venue. That is, whether the government's prosecution of Mr. Russell has been properly brought in this district, the Southern District of New York. As to each count, it is sufficient to find venue in the Southern District of New York. If you find that Mr. Russell committed any act in furtherance of that offense in the Southern District of New York, which includes Manhattan, a call placed to a telephone located in this district, if in furtherance of the charge offenses, would be a sufficient basis on which to find venue. As to venue, and as to venue alone, the government's burden is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, venue may be established by a preponderance of the evidence. A preponderance of the evidence means more likely than not. Accordingly, the government has satisfied the venue requirement for a particular count if you conclude that it is more likely than not that any act in furtherance of the charged unlawful activity took place in the Southern District of New York. If you find that the government has not proven venue by a preponderance of the evidence with respect to either count, then you must find Mr. Russell not guilty of that count. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my instructions as to the specific charges in this case. Final instructions concerning procedure: right to see exhibits and request testimony. Communications with the court. If during your deliberations you have any doubt as to any of the testimony, you may request that relevant portions of the trial transcript be sent back to you in the jury room. If you want any testimony, please remember that it is not always easy to locate what you might want. So be as specific as you possibly can be in requesting portions of the testimony. All of the documentary exhibits that have been received and evidence will be sent into the jury room. If you wish to see or hear any of the recordings again, you may request that, and we will play the recordings for you here in the courtroom. If you want any further explanation of the law, as I have explained it to you, you may also request that, as I noted earlier. However, you may all take into the jury room your copy of these instructions. Any communication to me should be made in writing, signed by your foreperson, include the date and time, and be given to one of the marshals. Please make any notes as clear and precise as possible. Do not tell me or anyone else how the jury stands on any issue until after a unanimous verdict is reached. B, duty to deliberate. Unanimous verdict. Your function is to weigh the evidence in the case and to decide whether the government has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each of the essential elements of the crimes with which the defendant is charged. If the government has succeeded in meeting its burden, your verdict should be guilty. If it has failed to do so, your verdict should be not guilty. You must base your verdict solely on the evidence and these instructions as to the law, and you are obligated under your oath as jurors to follow the law as I instruct you, whether you agree or disagree with the particular law in question. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement. As you deliberate, please listen to the opinions of your fellow jurors and ask for an opportunity to express your own views. Every juror should be heard. No one juror should hold center stage in the jury room, and no one juror should control or monopolize the deliberations. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. And you should not hesitate to change an opinion when convinced that it is erroneous. Discuss and weigh your respective opinions dispassionately, without regard to sympathy or to prejudice or favor for either side. Your verdict as to each charge must be unanimous. However, you are not bound to surrender your honest convictions concerning the effect or weight of the evidence for the mere purpose of returning a verdict or solely because of the opinion of other jurors. Each of you must make your own decision about the proper outcome of this case based on your consideration of the evidence and your discussions with your fellow jurors. No juror should surrender his or her consensus beliefs solely for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. Remember at all times, you are not partisans. You are judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to determine whether the government has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are divided, do not report how the vote stands. If you have reached a verdict, do not report what it is until you are asked in open court. C. Juror notes. If you have taken notes during the trial, your notes are to be used solely to assist you and not to substitute for your recollection of the evidence in the case. Any notes that you may take are not evidence. The fact that a particular juror has taken notes entitles that juror's views to no greater weight than those of any other juror, and your notes are not to be shown to any other juror during your deliberations. D. The verdict. I have prepared a verdict form for you to use in recording your decision. Please use that form to report your verdict. Duties of a foreperson. I referred a moment ago to a foreperson. It is customary for jury number 1 to serve as the foreperson, and that is what we will do here. The foreperson doesn't have any more power or authority than any other juror, and the foreperson's vote or opinion doesn't count for any more than any other juror's vote or opinion. The foreperson is merely your spokesperson to the court. The foreperson will send out any notes, and when the jury has reached a verdict, the foreperson will notify the marshal that the jury has reached a verdict, and you will come into open court and deliver your verdict. F. Return a verdict. After you have reached a verdict, your foreperson will fill in the form that has been given to you, sign and date it, and advise the marshal outside your door that you are ready to return to the courtroom. Each of you must be in agreement with the verdict that is announced in court. Once your verdict is announced by a foreperson in open court and officially recorded, it cannot ordinarily be revoked. G. Rules of conduct. During your deliberations, all the rules of conduct concerning outside influences remain in effect. As I have instructed you many times, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. Accordingly, you are still not permitted to discuss this case with anyone but your fellow jurors, and you may not read anything in the newspapers, over the internet, or any place else about this case. Also, do not listen to or watch any reporting about this case if it should be broadcast on TV, over the radio, or over some other media. H. Conclusion. Members of the jury, that concludes my instructions to you. I ask you to remain seated while I confer with the lawyers to see whether there are any additional instructions that they wish me to give. And that right there was the jury instructions. Now, my question is, why couldn't Ann Donnelly give Robert jury instructions like that? Why couldn't Ann Donnelly give Robert jury instructions like that? That's what I want to know. Things that make you go, right? Hey, I need 30 more likes. Can I get 30 more likes? Please? 30 more likes. But my next thing I want to talk about is old Kim Burrell. When they say that the church folks are some of the most judgmental folks, that's true. But before I move on to that, I'm going to go here. I'm going to drop the link And if anybody want to come up and talk about anything, hit the link. That's all. Hit the link. That's all you got to do is hit that damn link. I named it that because everybody calling their link something, so I just said, shoot, just hit that damn link. It's posted at the top of the chat box. So verdicts are usually reached on Fridays, but in R. Kelly case, they scheme over the weekend. You know what? Wiley, the truth, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because his came back on a Tuesday or Wednesday, right? It was one of them 2 days. I think it was a Wednesday. That makes sense, Wiley. That makes sense. That makes sense. So if you want to hit the link, come on up. Trust me, I know if you come up because it will notify me. But I want to talk about this lady right here. Good old Kim Burrell. Now, what y'all going to hear is some of the most disgusting comments that I ever heard. And I'm going to be honest with you. I love Kim Burrell. Met her a couple times. She's a good person. But I never known Kim Burrell like this. Check this out.
Gotta choose up. Find you some value. You know, sometimes before we get friends, we have to do an interview. How long have you been broke? How many times have you changed your name on your light bill? How many of your bills in your little cousin's name? Do you live in a trailer home or a house? You know, you understand. It's not about status or material things. It's just about choices. You know, life is different now. And, you know, we are at church. Thank God we're here. Those of us who walk in by faith without a mask and no vaccine. And so we honor the Lord. God is good. I respect all of the men of God here. And respect you. Can y'all clap so I don't feel strange right about now? Hopefully we'll get a chance to meet each other when y'all invite me to come to your church. I'm not as expensive as I seem. And so, I don't know, maybe you got a little left over from your PPP loan. Prayer, praise, and power. You understand? Amen. Isn't the Lord great? Amen. Amen. And so, you know, I like coming here because the ground is already tilled with great personality like Dr. Karn. Because one thing I love about him, he's deep in the word, but he knows how to have great humanity. And most don't understand his personality because he is truth personified. And he tells the type of truth that makes most uncomfortable. Because who likes to be told you're just ugly? No one likes to be told that. You know, especially when they have realized it. All right. Most don't get offended until they know the bad thing about themselves. And then somebody else recognizes and says, oh, I saw the ugly too. I just wanted to let you know. So anyway, y'all get that later. God is great. All of you are beautiful. I haven't chosen anyone to be ugly yet. God is good. God is great. You all look great. Most of you have on hats covering most of that anyway. Here's to you. I have a great personality. I'm going to sing. I'm going to sing. Daily I shall.
Here's my question. Here's my question. Who are you to judge? And this is the reason why people run away from the church now. Because if you look at Kim Burrell without makeup and glasses on, that's all I'm going to say. Just because she can sing and she made a financial living off of the church and off of the churchgoers, you're going to talk about somebody being broke? What if nobody buys nothing else? What if nobody else puts out, buys it?
What's going on?
I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing but the lion screen on the side.
I ain't put the video. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, y'all can hear you.
Man, this is real interesting, man. Um, when you talk about the jury questionnaires as far as the not taking the validity to the messages,
Mm-hmm.
what they instruct the jurors to pretty much look over the messages,
Mm-hmm.
but in the same sense, they all want to use those messages to tie him to Robert.
Right. Right. You're absolutely right.
So how you going?
Oh, go ahead.
So I've been ever since you read that part. I really just been sitting over here saying to myself like, this
We
is gonna create a big problem.
and we see the play. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Hey, Karen J. And she said, "Hi, Dana in chat. My daughter has sung background vocals several times for her, and she says she's been nasty like that for years." Wow. I never known Kimberella to be like that until now. Go ahead, Vi.
Nah, that was because pretty much you listen to if you go back to the testimony of these witnesses or whatever, them saying, well, it was two calls made. They don't know which call was the actual call, but then you need the messages to kind of like prove the call. So if you
Right.
can't use the messages, then therefore that's doubt right there. When the witnesses said they don't know which call was the actual call. So in my head, honestly, I'm just like, this motherfucker finna get off.
When I tell you that by him being an agent, the government looks out for their own.
Facts.
And he did all that, right? And everything that you have seen Robert go through, you have seen Don Russell say that Robert told him to do it.
Facts.
So when you got to New York and you seen the court play out the way it did. Good night, God's gift. When you got to the court and seeing the way it play out the way it did, have anybody stopped and said, you know what? Everything that Don has said, the court came back and said and charged Robert with. And then on top of that, we haven't even got to Chicago yet. And as you read the stuff that's going on in Chicago, why do Chicago conspiracy indictment mirrors Don Russell and what Don Russell have been saying on these platforms?
Exactly. And another thing, I don't know how much attention people have been paying to it. Just think back, the publicist, Mr. Cosby publicist, he just made some Andrew White. He just made some statements in an interview. And who was out here on YouTube repeating those same exact words? Who was on here on YouTube claiming that they was trying to get Mesereau and all this other stuff going on?
Mm-hmm.
And now the truth has been revealed who was really trying to get Mesereau.
But I told people that from day one.
Exactly.
I said, I told people that Mesereau said, as long as Don Russell is around, he will not be part of that bullcrap.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, he was trying to get Andrew White, but Andrew White wouldn't even answer his phone calls.
Right, because Andrew said he was willing to deal with Keith, but they weren't doing nothing about this dude Don.
Exactly.
And then along with Don, he had the PI and Keith had, because the PI and Don, they working together.
I tried to tell Keith that. Keith told me, plain and simple, if he thought that the PI and Don and was working together, will he deal with the PI? And I told him knowingly, no, but unknowingly, yes.
It's proven by Andrew Wyatt. Them two was together. Them two was everything that they could have put in place to help Robert between the con man and the PI. They was throwing stones in the mix of it. Now when you hear everything being put out, and now you go back. That's why it paid to been around from the beginning.
Yep.
Because you can go back on your memory and think about everything that you done heard.
Yep.
That's why when I heard the interview with Andrew, it wasn't even no hesitation how everything just started falling into place in my mind. Like, well, why would he come out on the YouTube talking about he was trying to get Mesero and this, that, and the third, and now we hear this man ain't got no reason to lie.
Send me that interview by Andrew Wyatt. I'm gonna play that whole joint.
I'll send it to
play the joint and tomorrow night. Like I said, definitely thanks, bro. Like I said, at the end of the day, I've been trying to tell people what it was from day one. Now we at crunch time and everybody, oh my God. I don't want to hear nobody crying now. I don't want to hear, oh my God, we could do this. I came and warned the people. Just like in the Bible, when Moses warned all of those Pharaoh folks, I did my job. I came and warned the people. So now, when you see Dana just back away from that situation, now there's not no run to Dana. Oh, Dana can't. Oh, what about a rally? Can you? No. When I came to y'all persecuted. Or should I say, when I first came, y'all was shouting, Hosanna, Hosanna. But when the distractors came around and put doubt in y'all head, y'all persecuted. So now when I make myself only exclusive to the Dream Team and to friends of the Dream Team, and you can't get mad now. Because now that Andrew Wyatt is coming out saying the same things I said 3 years ago. Now
fact. It's a fact. He said it. And Don, the con man, people, you know what, bro? I'm gonna tell you this, man. There's a reason why when we first got into contact, when we first met each other on these YouTube streets, we kicked it the way we kicked it. Yep. Because we understood. And yes, I'm a supporter. Yes, I'm just another person, but I see the play beyond what some people may see.
Facts.
Now, when you put,
thank you for tuning in to Gospel Insider News right here.
That's why the situation, a lot of this stuff, you got two people working together, which is PI and Con. Then you got another two people working together, which was Greenberg and Baby Powder Johnson. And the whole time, like, you know, Keith, this your man's, bro. Kelly, you supposed to be in the best interest of Robert. All the others don't even supposed to matter, bro.
One thing I can say in defense of Keith is that he don't watch social media.
Like, that's cool, but why, like Andrew Wyatt said, they bribed Robert, you know, as he was getting paid for that interview with Gayle King, but he never got the money.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I can't speak on that because I don't know. I can't speak on that one. Only thing
when you watch the interview, you gon', if you know, like, I'm quite sure, like me, you gonna listen to this brother talk, and you gonna be like, because of what he's talking about, you already said this stuff. Why would he do that? All of a sudden, do that interview.
I was the only one to come and bring that, and I got scolded for it. And I stood in the face of everybody and said, soon you're going to see the truth. whether you like it or not.
Man, it's crazy. It's so crazy, bro. Then you try to get this man to sign over his royalties, and then it's so many plays that was going on with even with Baby Powder Johnson. If you did get the money, you gonna set the man up trying to get a cell phone and go tell the people that you was trying to get him a phone into the facility.
Watch this. A lot of people miss the indictment, or should I say in the transcripts, because I purposely ain't talk about it because I want to see if anybody else is going to talk about it. Daryl Johnson purposely went down there and tried to bribe somebody in Cook County.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You said this way back when he got caught with Avenatti. Everything came out about how he was moving, that he supposed to have a personal relationship with Gayle King. It came out that he personally went down, told Robert that he had somebody that worked in Cook County that could get him a phone inside the facility.
Now, yeah. And on top of that, I'm going to go here. How do you think Tasha K got her connects to that person that worked in the jail? Daryl Johnson.
Daryl Johnson, anything with money, he was selling he was taking it. These people MO don't just start.
Just like when I told people, look, it went down at Trump. Robert said, take Daryl Johnson number out your phone. Everybody except for 3 people did it. And we see one of the people that's on social media now going after Levi.
And don't forget now, the live that we all was watching. Delete Dana number out your phone.
You know what?
While he was on the phone, while that person was on the phone with him, the text message come across the phone. Delete Dana J number. Right after you was telling people to get rid of his number. I've been around. They don't challenge me. I might not can pull up no indictment, but I promise I can tell you what I saw.
He said I might can't pull up no indictment, not right away, but I can tell you what I saw. Oh, hold on, I'm about to pull it up for you. Hold on. Just keep talking, bro. I'm about to pull it up.
Yeah, man, this crazy, man. I mean, I tell y'all, man, a lot of this stuff. People talk about the unity. They came out here, the hustle, Don Hustle. And honestly, with his case, all he needs is one juror to feel like maybe it wasn't him. And that's it.
Check this out. Have anybody pointed to why the judge has put in not guilty in his statement so many times? Think about it. It's not because Don is not guilty. It's because agents ain't supposed to prosecute agents. People don't understand how the secret society works.
Man, I played that video on my face. People say Charleston White crazy, but I put up a video of Charleston White a long time ago.
I love that dude.
He talking about what happens when you got a co-defendant.
Mm-hmm.
Once that co-defendant turns state evidence,
you in trouble.
No, he's no longer a witness anymore. He's no longer a co-defendant. He's state evidence. When you came out and said, y'all listen to this. On behalf of the government, we are asking for permission for Mr. Russell to travel to California. So if you're not cooperating or you're not a federal informant, why are the federal government asking for permission on your behalf? Man. You have already told these people, whatever I can do to help y'all, I'm willing to. And I was asked this question, and this made sense to me this morning. Somebody asked me, why was he there when Robert was getting out of prison or things of that nature? And I said, well, I never thought about this until this morning. I said, There you go. I asked myself, why would he appear? I say, well, if his mom had robbed money and he was bailing out of jail, maybe he was helping his mom as far as bringing the whatever need to be, whatever Rob had, bringing Rob part to get it out of jail. Just so happened he's right there. His mama had $5 million of Robert money.
And here's my question. Cause see, Vi, you don't know what you just did when you brought this back up. This just sparked a whole new. It sparked a whole new flame up under me, bro.
Man, look, bro.
And the one thing I can say, I've never really went at them in the first place until they start doing janky stuff, right? So at this point, right? This was a week before Hollywood Next had Dr. Rogers on a recording. And it's funny because Lisa called me and said, Dana, I know you don't believe that crazy girl over there. She crazy. And I said, if it was word of mouth, then I wouldn't believe Hollywood Next. But I'm listening to the recording. Dr. Rogers said, is this the recording that I asked her, is she recording? And she said, no. I said, yes. Dr. Rogers ain't say she lying. And I was mad. She ain't say nothing. She just hung up. And then Lisa and them hung up. But everybody expects me to turn a blind eye when it comes to Lisa and Cassandra. No. I feel like I feel like I've been shamed, bro.
But you did, bro. You did.
That's why I do not speak to them, bro. Even in New York, when they was like, "Hey, Dana," I turned my head the other way. And because if anybody can do somebody wrong, but I never did them wrong, all because they want to get the popularity of, oh, I'm Robert's sister, I'm Robert this, I'm Robert that.
Mm-hmm.
It had to be more than that.
Man, it was more than that.
And when I also came out talking about power of attorney, and then Lisa and Cassandra, I'm on the phone, me, Lisa, and Sylvia, and Lisa getting upset about the power of attorney thing, and she just busts out, oh no, we gonna get power of attorney of our brother. Wait a minute.
What?
If you get power of attorney, but that means you got signature rights to liquidate everything Robert got. Hell no.
This ain't the type of tea I like.
Hell no. So at the end of the day, and with all that, I mean, it's like Dr. Rogers put it out there. Dana got cut out of some stuff. I'm going to be honest with you. As mad as I was that I got cut out some stuff, I'm glad I did.
Most definitely, bro.
I'm glad I did. That was the blessing from God.
Yeah, most definitely.
Because trust me, I would have been the fall guy for everything.
Everything. Every single thing. Just like, how did you and this thing become even in contact with each other? Because you took up for her.
Oh,
you defended this person. You went out on a limb. Even you was at one point. This is when we used to be over there when you was the receipt man. Man, I would love to do an interview with Rice Aroni. You know, I want to go over there. I want to do a live with Rice Aroni. You know, but when him and her got to going through what they were going through, you being the type of fella you are, you went over there. You stood up for her.
I did for her what he did for Sharon Wimbush. At least I can say I got to meet her face to face. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to take her for somebody and then stab him in the back. However, I must say this. When that Jasmine thing first came out, other than Larry and them, Dr. Rogers and was like, I'm gonna go ahead and squash that. So I go visit that time to time in my head. And I sit back and I say, how was you able to squash that? But then when you got mad at me, you put that in the statement saying I'm trying to rape people.
Because once the thing with you, bro, and I've always told you, I say, man, the way that you are, you have a voice. So you ain't like you are not like the average person that's on YouTube advocating. That's just like, you got people that like the Martin Luther King approach, but you more Malcolm X. Some people ain't gonna understand that. So with you in this whole little situation with what you fighting for and what you're trying to bring awareness to, you just too strong of a force for them. So here go how you got so many people disliking somebody. I'm not gonna sit up and say, well, this man told 100% truth all the time, because people bullshit around, because you gonna put BS out in the atmosphere just to see if people gonna carry it. You know what I'm saying? But when you came with facts about this case, when you came with documents, you didn't get the receipt man name for not being able to prove what you were talking about. So these people, when anytime it was a confrontation, why the only thing that they can go back to when they talk about you doing something is the Jasmine situation, or you dealing with Larry.
Facts.
Or the defense fund. Three things now. The defense fund, Larry, Jasmine. What else had they said?
Or Angelo.
Yeah, well, tell you the truth.
Wait, there's too many more. There's two more. Oh, he got baby by R. Kelly ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, that. And being they came with the other one with what's her name, the stealing chick. What's the baby daddy? She stole the baby daddy company.
Santi McGee.
Yeah, her daughter. Oh, you got a baby by her daughter.
Listen, here's my thing, and I said it many times before, and I'm gonna say it again. They asked me 3 times. Oh, that's Rashana Landfair's son. When I showed my son, and that's the joint when I was laying across the bed, and I was like, I'm being attacked by a toddler. And they was like, but that's Rashana Landfair's son. I said 3 times, no, it's not. You sure it's not your baby mother? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I got tired of saying no, it's not. So I said, you know what? I'm going to agree with them. Yeah, that's my baby mama. That's her baby. And then I said, oh, and I got a baby by Ashanti McGee daughter too. Yup. Think about it.
Your Google Home isn't set up yet.
Think about it. If a person is saying it that way, that's a cocky way of saying, shut the fuck up. Y'all sound stupid.
Hey, bro, but look at this, though. You were known for the receipt, man. So if you were saying that with no receipt to prove it, why would anybody believe it, bro?
Because, check it.
I know why.
It's easy to take that piece and spin it and say, he against R. Kelly. He against R. Kelly. Well, guess what? You ain't never hear me say R. Kelly ain't an innocent ass dude. You ain't never hear me say R. Kelly worth being thrown under the bus. You ain't never hear me say I come before R. Kelly. You ain't never hear me say R. Kelly stupid as shit. They gonna lock him up like Bill, and when they lock him up like Bill, that nigga gonna say he. That nigga gonna be talking about he prayed. Yeah, you ain't never hear me say. You ain't never hear me say, well, Dana, why you calling being concerned about R. Kelly? What you need to do is be concerned about that 12-year-old girl. You ain't never heard nothing that come out of my mouth, but you heard it come out of Dr. Rice's mouth. You heard it come out of Bedbug mouth, and you heard it come out of Bolingbrook mouth.
Don't leave out the block.
No. I ain't finished. And matter of fact, and you also heard a block bender say, "Oh, I do know for a fact that's an underage girl, and I do know for a fact that's R. Kelly." Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole time you say that, you come back a year later, and now Will is my brother. Will is the. Wait a minute. Where's the outrage? If I would have said that and then turned around and did that, they would have flooded Will motherfucking channel. Will, guess what? They ain't do that shit when it come to Block Minute though.
Mm-hmm.
And you had Spitting Tar Nuts talking about, I believe he's guilty, but I'm for injustice. How can you be for injustice if you believe he's guilty? Now you want to try to get billboards at the last second. No, but that's not for no billboard. I'm not stupid. That stuff is for your homeboy that's sitting over there waiting to go to federal jail.
And even billboard, do you think people right now with the state of where we at right now when it comes to Robert Sylvester Kelly, you think people are going to be willing to do that?
Check this out. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna be as brutally honest as I can. Anybody trying to put up a billboard now, that's called tampering with the jury.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge will most likely zap out on Robert. And because he gonna feel as though, why is this up all of a sudden? Mm-hmm. Especially with Levenweber putting his trial back. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say this. Everybody can ask for a cash app and it's fine. But the minute I come to the Dream Team and say, look, I need y'all to help me with something. Oh, he asking the Dream Team. He ain't supposed to do that. He ain't supposed to do that. Why not? Y'all ask everybody else. I'm just asking my team.
Man, these people done put somebody in a car. I mean, he went from Dukes of Hazzard to finally getting a car that the door opened on. That motherfucker had 1,000,000 miles on it. Then they got him in a house. Even some of the Dream Team members looked out. The Dream Team member looked out for this dude.
Exactly.
See, a lot of this stuff, man, when it comes to this YouTube, bro, man, I done seen you get on your channel when one of the members' house burned. Somebody was sick, and needed a bill paid. Whatever the situation may be, I've seen you do things and ask people to help and honor other people as well.
Right.
But the notion that people get that your channel's supposed to be strictly committed to everything goes to Robert Sylvester Kelly when ain't none of them doing it. What make y'all so different if y'all using the same man likeness and image to further y'all channel, but y'all ain't saying, well, I'm giving 20% to Rob, but Dana's supposed to give everything that he do on his channel to Rob.
Listen, check this out. I come with different commentary all the time. Ask them how much commentary they come with. One thing I can say, Blockbender did switch it up. I can say that. It's just Blockbender's disdain for me wouldn't allow him to be who he was really trying to be. And I can't help that. I'm a charismatic type dude.
Mm-hmm.
I love people genuinely, and real people love me back. I can't help it that the Dream Team had the best I'm gonna go here. I can't help that the firm at one point, then the Dream Team, have the best looking females on YouTube. I'm gonna go here. Even some that people say is not so attractive, they still are attractive because y'all still talking about them and y'all checking for them.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't never hear about nobody in the Dream Team got fishy coochie. Never.
Man, get out of here. And the biggest thing I want to commend the Dream Team on is thinking for themselves, man. The people who was allowed to get persuaded and chose to go a different direction because they couldn't think for themselves. Those are the people that's gonna be now sitting in the background when all of the dots start connecting, saying, "Well, damn, I moved too fast." See, the best thing in life you can have is patience, man.
Right.
It may not be clear. The vision is never gonna be clear right off. But how patient are you to allow that vision to expand and become clear for you to see that, okay, all my work wasn't in vain. See, a lot of people, they sat here when the rubber met the road, when it came to you, they pretty much was who closer to our killer. Those were the type of people they were. Oh, when you came out as the mentee, everybody wanted to be a part of Dana. Levi came out as the cousin, everybody wanted to be a part of Levi. When Con Hustle came out as the manager, everybody wanted to be a part of Con Hustle. Cash came out, everybody wanted to be a part of Cash. This is what a lot of these people that wasn't able to think for themselves, they just chased the next closest thing.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Cash almost had me. And Larry said, "Boy, you better not." And I said, "Huh?" He said, "I can't tell you everything, but pull your ass back." And I said, "Okay, cool." I pulled back. The very next day, her and Block been having phone sex. I said, "Ooh."
Don't forget when he got that eggplant sent to him. He got the eggplant sent to him and end the line.
No, I was like, "Ooh." And then from that point, it was crazy because the night before, Cash was like, "I'm in Atlanta. I'm drunk. What are you doing?" I said, "I'm with my kids." And she was like, "Oh, I just wanted to come through." Huh? And then as it go along, I'm finding out she had these conversations with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, bro. That's God that saved me at the point when I wasn't thinking about saving myself. So I thank God for the people who thought they superseded me and did whatever they did and whatever deals that they made. I'm glad I'm not nowhere in it because you can't say Dana's name was in none of that shit.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact, bro.
And the one thing about the Dream Team I love, we cool, crazy, calm, collect, and saved. And we think for ourselves. Those 6 points, man, look.
Man.
I'm 10 toes deep with the Dream Team for now, for life, and after. Simple as that. Oh, what you want to say, bro? Vi. Oh, Lord. Vi phone must have went dead. Here we go. So yeah, man, it's crazy because at the end of the day, it is what it is. I was nothing but genuine to everybody. I keep saying it. I was genuinely cool to some people that I should have gave fentanyl to. And that's on God. Wally said I thought it was a mic drop. I know. Yo, I was cool, calm, and collect to some people that I should have gave fentanyl to. And I know people be like, "Dang, that's kind of crazy." Nah, man, that's real. But look, I got a couple more stories to talk about real quick. Talking about racial tension, right? Racial tension. Well, the judge made a decision in the Brian Flores case. The judge made a decision. Okay. I don't know if y'all understand and what's going on, but he's suing for the NFL. All right, let's go ahead. A federal judge has ruled in favor of former Dolphins head coach Brian Flores in regards to his deadline to respond to the NFL's motion to compel arbitration. Flores filed a class action lawsuit against the league back in March, alleging discriminatory hiring practices. He has since been joined by former coaches Steve Wilkes and Ray Horton. According to Daniel Wallace, legal analyst for The Athletic, a judge delayed the July the 22nd deadline for Flores to respond to the NFL until his motion for discovery from the NFL and Goodell over the fairness of the league arbitration process is decided by the court. It's the right outcome, argues Pro Football Talk's Mike Floro. There's no reason for Flores, Horton, and Wilkes to submit their paperwork in opposition to the motion to compel arbitration until they know whether they'll be able to explore potential issues with the fairness of the league's inherently unfair process. Flores previously requested a court order asking the NFL to provide certain information that will help determine if taking the case to arbitration is appropriate. While he and his counsel continue their work on the ongoing lawsuit, Flores is also preparing for his first season as senior defensive assistant and linebackers coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's what I mean when I say we as a people need to take a stand. That's what I mean when I say we as a people need to take a stand. If we take a stand as our colored birthright, as our own folks, there's nothing nobody can say to us. If we take that stand, it ain't nothing nobody can say to us. What can you say to me if I'm standing up for myself? Nothing. It ain't nothing you can say to me if I'm standing up for myself. If I'm standing as a man, it ain't nothing you can say to me. So, in the motion that I read, and you seen the word persons come up, right? And people was asking like, Dana, what I mean, like, I seen y'all puzzled at saying certain things. I'm gonna go back over it. Here we go. I'm put in the middle. No. Okay. When you stand as a man, your name is in the way they taught you how to write it in school. Capital first name, everything else lowercase. You are created by the divine, which is whoever you believe in. You are living, a breathing being. If you can shake your hands, if you can pinch yourself and feel it, if you can breathe and say, you are a man. You are living under divine law, which is the law of the land that the good Lord has set upon for the earth. You are under the divine jurisdiction, which is what? The Constitution. The Constitution is the 10 commandments, pretty much, of the land that's set forth by the law. If you notice, everything in the Constitution comes from the Bible. You are a free and living person. I mean, you are a free and living man. You are human. You also supposed to live in private. You're also non-fictional person. So therefore, all of your fictional stuff ain't even supposed to come to you. And you're guided by the spirit of whoever you believe in that put spirit into you or that put a soul into you. But when you're a person, everything comes in all caps. We say it means screaming. No, it don't mean screaming. It means all caps. Means corporate fiction. Look at number 2. You are created by the state. What do they mean by you're created by the state? When your mama delivers you or gives birth to you, because you're never delivered. You are given birth to. You are never delivered. Animals are delivered. You are born into this world. So when you are born into this world, right? If you notice, the doctors come with this stack on a pad and they say, just sign your name into everything because they know you in pain and they know that you ain't going to read it. And the dad is so excited. Oh, yeah, that's my baby. No. You at that point, you are signing your kids from your divine creation, from a man or a woman, and you taking them into the person of the state. That's why they say created by state. If you look at your birth certificate, you will see a red number on the back. It's called a QSEP number. It's followed. No, it's a number, but before that number is a letter. Wherever that letter is, that's the Federal Reserve Bank that your secret account is being held at. They don't want to tell you nothing about it because if they give you that power, you will become limitless. At that moment, when you're a person, you are nothing but a dead entity. That's what your birth certificate is. It's called a civic divorce, means dead at sea. That's why the United States can claim you. That's why they say, but that's why they said Don Russell have committed crimes against the United States, not against Newhouse, not against the persons in Newhouse, but against the United States. You fall under the code and acts. You fall under the code and acts of the amendments. You also is under government jurisdiction. That's why you run around calling yourself a citizen. You calling yourself African American. You calling yourself black, because that's what the government chose for you to call yourself. At the end of the day, you're nothing but a 14th Amendment slave. You're nothing but a 14th Amendment slave. Your Social Security card, I'm going to be honest with you. If you look on the back, it says, please return this to our address in Baltimore, Maryland, called the Social Security Administration. That's nothing but your tracking card. That's nothing but your tracking card. You live in the public, which means you got to go to kangaroo courts. You are a fictional person, which means you have to pay their tolls, pay their bills, pay all that stuff. And they believe you are possessed by an entity other than who created you. That's how you're able to walk around. Dana, do you have anything to back that up? Let's go here. A lot of people live under statutes, acts, and codes. Public, legal, de facto. What law? Admiralty law, law of the sea, commercial law, UCC Uniform Commercial Code, law merchant, contract law, King's law, Roman Canaan law, ecclesiastical law. Now watch this. What law do mostly people live in? People or persons that's on the internet that's out here living now. They mainly live in contract law. And when people talk about, oh yeah, he don't pay child support. I don't go by contract law. If I want to enter into a contract, I'll do it under my terms. But I know better than to enter into a contract with a government who's all powerful than me. That's stupid. If you want to switch it, I'll take you to UCC law. I do have 2 UCCs, one in Georgia and one in Baltimore. You go by rules and regulations serving commerce. Listen, that's why I say it's good to have this, because rules and regulations serving commerce, and you get hit with threatening through foreign commerce and stuff like that, and you get the Don Russell effect. But you also fall under statutes, acts, codes, rulings, orders, charges, etc., and offers of contract. What are you saying, Dana? 95% of the people that's incarcerated is incarcerated willingly because they don't know this process. You have statutory law, which is legal or illegal. That's not how we're supposed to live. We're supposed to live in common law, which is right or wrong. Now you understand how they switch it on you. When you get locked up, they tell you that, but that's wrong or that was right. But when you go to court, they say, is it legal or illegal? Under statute, acts, and codes, they enacted by the government acts, codified, prescribed, written, substantial law. But when we got to go before the people, we are decided by the people, a jury of our peers, not a jury. It's a difference. In statute, acts, and codes, which is public legal de facto law, you get a jury trial. In common law, you get a trial by jury. It's a difference. You see how they tried to mask it? And I said I wasn't going to do this. I said I wasn't going to talk about it. I said I wasn't going to peep it. Hey, can I get 13 more people real quick? Can I get 13 more likes real quick? Check it. Right here. Crime can exist without a victim. How? Debts must be paid for violations, sins, punishment, sentence, penitentiary. Listen, crime can exist without a victim. That's why courts hate me. Because in order to prosecute me, you got to have all four legs of a crime. You got to have all four legs of a lawsuit. And if any of them legs gone, that can't stand. So with that being said, only over here in common law, only common law upholds justice. Victims are due fair compensation, redress, restitution, and restoration. You don't have that over there. Thank you so much, Miss Darlene, for the dub. Miss Darlene sent the dub. Thank you so much, Miss Darlene. Then you have common law applies equally to everybody. Not just some people, but to everybody. And common law applies equally to all of the people being created equally. So if you were born into this world, you are created equally. Whether you have a disadvantage somewhere or whatever, you are still equal. Statutes over here on the other side, statutes are given the force of law by the consent of the governed. Here's where I get everybody. Oh, Dana don't pay child support. Dana don't do this. Check this out. I'm not part of the corporation. What is the corporation? Persons, artificial person. And they give you example, John Doe. Capitis diminito maxima equals right taken max obligado equals bonded, pleaded, being legally liable. Government equals corporation and church. If you look at a child support statement now, it don't say you're a mother or father. It says you're an obligor if you're a father, and for the mother, it says you're an obligee. The obligee obligation is to present whatever they can to the government, so that way they can pursue the obligor, which is the father, so that way they can pursue the father, so they can make him obligated to pay for the fraud that's going on. But when you look in common law, you see man, woman, people, natural man or natural woman. And you see how it's spelled? John, capital J, everything else lowercase. But then you have the 2 dots. Then you have a space. Then you have the last name. That means capitis dominito minima equals rights taken minimum. Instead of you going in pro se, you going in sui juris equals own master, not under legal disability. Mankind equals man or woman. I'm gonna stop right there because I still got some spaces down here that I got to touch on. So this is the stuff that I teach when I do teach the classes that I'm teaching on and stuff like that. This is what I do. I break it down so that way you will know exactly what's going on. I'm just saying. I'm only here to be a messenger to pass along some messages. At the end of the day, it's a reason why I don't play that game. Now, hold on. I seen in the chat where Audrey said, be careful because they can come back and do it another way. Yeah, but they can come and try to switch jurisdictions on me. But one thing about it, here's the trick to jurisdiction challenge. You don't understand nothing. The minute you say you understand, they got you. How can I understand anything when I don't know what you're talking about? So therefore, why should I stand under your authority when I don't know what you're talking about? I will clearly tell you, I don't understand, but I overstand my principles. You can't go forward after that. There's a lot of tricks. There's a lot of tricks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Georgia girl. Hey, there's a lot of tricks and trade to the principles. Look, if you want to donate to the channel, hit the super chat at the bottom of the page. That's a box with a $sign in it. If you want to, if you like the commentary or anything, and if you want to donate to me, hit the Cash App, $, official Dana J. You know what I'm saying? I do take Zelle at bookdanaj@gmail.com. Or you can hit the tip jar. The tip jar is https://streamlabs.com/Dana J/tip. It's just like PayPal. So I'm just saying, like, if anybody have a YouTube channel, thank y'all so much. But if anybody have a YouTube channel, do not let people. Trust me, Audrey, I definitely am. Because they want to exterminate us. You're right, but that can happen when you get a ticket as well. Oh, I don't plan on getting no ticket. I don't plan on getting no ticket because I don't drive nowhere. I travel. Understand that. I don't drive nowhere. I travel. And somebody gonna come back like, ooh, Dana just gave him a fistful of gems. Yeah, I don't drive nowhere. I travel. See? What's up, Wally? Wally said Dana drop his signs. Yeah. I don't travel nowhere. I mean, I don't drive nowhere. I travel. Whenever you drive, and you're driving in foreign commerce, meaning you transporting. I never knew your personal vehicle is a transporting vehicle. I don't drive nowhere. I travel.
Big Vi Opinions joined.
Uh-oh. Now we're going to be up here. Look, Vi going to have us up here for 900 years now because I'm talking his talk now.
No, I ain't gonna say too much, but Ann had asked the question though.
What?
She said, "What if you don't sign the paperwork? You know, when you bring a life into this world,
And you ain't supposed to be at the hospital. You're supposed to. You're supposed to You are supposed to born your offspring at home, and you get a midwife. And the way you document your offspring is you have to put it in a newspaper.
Right.
14 days after you bring your offspring into the world, you put the name that you come up with in the newspaper, along with the weight, along with the midwife name that delivered it, along with the height. And do not put black child.
Mm-hmm.
Do not put black child. Do not put white child. The girl said, answer my comment. What is your comment?
Mm-hmm. Because if you give birth in that facility, after 7 days, this is over with. It's over for you.
Well, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Here's the thing. Here's the whole thing about giving birth in a hospital. A lot of y'all don't know that when they come and they give you that paper on that notepad, on that pad, and they have you sign everything, they are supposed to ask you, do you want your placenta? The reason why that they don't ask you if you want your placenta, because 7 days after you leave, if your placenta is still there, they consider the operation that they done with you signing over your child or your offspring. They consider that done. And as long as they have your placenta as evidence, you can't dispute it. That's why that's why social service can come and take your child, because they know that you haven't reclaimed your placenta.
Mm-hmm.
Your
They attach that social to it.
Right.
Yes, sir.
What's your question? Ask
and
all of
tell people, people need to know they understand the differences between their God-given rights versus their civil rights. Those are two different.
Right. And I was breaking it down to them little by little, and you don't want to give them too much of that, because some people mess around and run crazy. But your God-given rights, it's called your annihilated rights, your God-given annihilated rights. Those are all the rights that God has given the people. So therefore, and you have a right to be sovereign because he's sovereign. And you have a right to travel, because where in the Bible did God need a driver's license? And you have a right to speak. However, if you haven't reclaimed your birthright, you're under the statutes and codes. So that means you're regulated. Your civil rights is everything under your God-given and alienated rights and more that's protected by the Constitution. One is protected by God and one is protected by the Constitution. That's the only difference. Technically, both is protected by God, but one is enforced by God and one is addressed by the Constitution.
And if one, and none of us you should never be deprived of your God inalienable rights.
Nah,
so that means,
but a judge can go to jail for that.
Right. But see, if you don't know that, and like you just breaking it down, if you're not a man,
right,
and you are acting as a corporation, then
you screwed.
They see no violation.
Right, you screwed. That's why. Oh, go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
Now you breaking it down. I'm just listening. You know what I'm saying? And I was hold on, I was gonna tell you this today though. I was gonna have you to call me because I had a question because me and my homie was talking about the passport. And if you go to the passport, reasons for not being eligible for a passport, I mean they so many violations in that. Reasons for them for you to not be eligible to get a passport. There's no way child support should even be on there.
I'm gonna ask this question. And I'm gonna go here. How can passport dictate if you can travel or not?
Only
wait. Unless you are moving through commerce. If you're moving through commerce, that means you're under admiralty law, which is law of the sea. Common law, you travel. You don't drive. You don't move. You travel. At the end of the day, child support is a civil case. It's nothing but a lawsuit. So here's the question that I'm gonna ask all of y'all, and tomorrow I'm gonna come back with it. Because Audrey said most authority figures don't know about that. Sir, you never finished the classes. I never finished because I got down on myself because I felt as though people wasn't participating.
Everybody ain't gonna get it though, bro. You already know this information is. This is a lot for somebody to take in that's been taught one way their whole life. You know.
Facts. But then here's my thing. Here's the homework. Is child support legal or is it fraud? Or is it both? It's up to you.
I can't answer that question because I know what it is.
Right. No, you can't answer that. But that's homework for them tomorrow.
You know, and the birthright. That's one of the most pivotal things people need to understand, man. Once you get that, and then you can start. That's the first step. You can't go forward without that step.
I don't have a birth certificate.
Well, you showed you showed the whole information, you showed the whole breakdown. You told people, the step-by-step play to do it. But like you say, I will tell people this. I will warn y'all. This is a process that you can't skip over 2 to get to 3. Because you will be locked up
for treason. So if you trying to do 2 and didn't do 1, understand one thing. If you do step 2, trying to do step 1,
you gone.
I won't.
It's over for you.
Fact.
It's definitely over for you.
That's a fact, man. And people, and I think the women, like the women of this world, need to understand how much power they have, how much power they really have, because this government, as far as when it comes to man and woman, they need the woman for a lot of different things that they do. And for us as men, it's crazy. We do everything that we can do and try to do everything that we can do. But when they bribing our women with this bribery, these bribes they put in front of them, they don't understand, man. You selling yourself short.
Like I tell everybody, the whole thing for child support is the depopulation of the home. They don't want to see nobody in their homes. And it's not just against us. It's against men. Whether you Caucasian, whether you colored. It's It's an attack against men. Because truth to be told, it's more men. Well, I'm gonna say this: it's more Caucasians on social service than it is us.
Right. And they get nailed. You know what I'm saying? But this is a topic like for me, like I was a person who was going, I was going through it, but I got to a point to where, me and my my children, mom, we just got understanding. But outside of that, when I was going through it, man, I'm like you, bro. I was in the books. You hear the platforms I tell you, I was running around to platform to platform, and hearing that people think that the child support is a given, and it's not.
I'm sorry.
It's not even law.
Mm-mm. It's a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme.
Flat out.
Check this out. This is how child supporters works. And a lot of people say, I don't get it. I'm going to go down there and get it. Oh, okay, watch this. Me and you dating, right? You have a $2 million credit card. I max your card out. I deliver your card back to you. You get the bill, you got to pay for it. I dip off on you. I'm done. Isn't that fraud?
Fraud all the way, bro.
So if that's fraud, how child support ain't fraud? Check it. You go down there, you sign a piece of paper. You give them your kid's or kid father social security number. They immediately put him on what they call child support. Or they bring him in. Once they bring him in to the intake unit, but they give him a piece of paper. Oh, you want to do this? You want to do this? You want to do this? And they make it seem so buttery. But they don't give you due process. If they give you due process, there's no way in hell you as a man is going to stand up for somebody taking something from you. Hey, Levi, what's going on?
What up, dog? Hold on. What's going on, y'all?
I'm good.
What's up, baby boy? I'm just enjoying the conversation. I'm listening to y'all kick this knowledge. Go ahead. I'm gonna get an OG's perspective after y'all finish. Go ahead now.
No, Audrey, using someone's credit card or card period, or using anything from somebody without their permission is fraud. Not with their permission, without their permission.
Wow. Yeah, and see, they do that. And if you look under the Title 42, and it'll tell you Title 42D. It'll tell you what it is. They don't have no jurisdiction at all. They're a third party entity that act within the state. With the state act within the United States.
So, go ahead. Well, I'm sorry.
No, you good, bro. I was just saying it's a third party entity that act within a state that's under the citizen that's being ran by the United States, or what they call North America, whatever they want to call it.
They're nothing but a third party debt collector. And the reason why you go to jail, you will never go to jail due to child support. If you know anybody that went to jail due to child support, I challenge you to look at their paperwork.
Their contract.
They went to jail for breach of contract, and that's what it say, breach of contract. That's why they can't give you no more than 4 years. And the maximum is 3 years. The minimum is what, 1 day. But they don't hit you and they don't tell you, oh, it's because you're breaking the contract. No, they say, what is the term that they use? But they say, what is
failure to pay debt it's something like that. Failure to pay debt or failure to meet debt. It's a
word. It's a word that they use. Oh man, it's a word that they use.
I would call my cousin because he stayed going for that.
He say he stay going for it. That's big.
It's a word that they use. Oh man,
I can't really. I don't know, but I know it'd be violating a contract though.
but they charge you with contempt of court as the overall. But the under description in your paperwork it says violating and willfully refuse to pay debt owed to the state.
And I tell people if they don't believe it, all they gotta do if you get your just say if you file taxes or anything like that, or any type of garnishment that they take, like a tax or you get a settlement or anything like that, they'll take your money and then on top of that, they will still come after you and tell you that your payment was taken they took it. You didn't pay it, so you didn't willfully pay it. So it's still considered not a payment.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they took your money. They play a game so dirty it don't make no sense, bro.
And the problem is not enough fathers who ain't scared in the fight them people. All the guys be like, oh no, I ain't going to jail. But that's all you gotta do is tell a guy, oh, you going to jail. Okay, I do whatever you want me to do. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
$25. That's how much it costs. $25.
Well, I would ask the question, how much totally, how much did Rob pay in child support?
Shit.
Way too much.
Man. What year?
That's what I'm saying. Totally. I mean, if you add up every dime he spent paid in child support.
You paying like $60,000 a month? How
Um,
much was he was paying?
$68,000 a month.
$68,000 a month
Mm-hmm.
times 12.
There you have
And
it.
you do that by 18. I got a calculator right here. 68,000 times 12. You got 816,000 times 18. Just say I don't know when she put him on child support.
18.
Just so I mean, how many years he been on? You think probably about 5?
Nah, hell no.
Longer than that or shorter than that?
About 8.
About 8. Let's say let's do 10.
Okay.
Let's do 10. That's 8 billion, 160 million.
Listen. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's 8,160,000. That's still a lot of money for child support.
Yeah. For something that's illegal.
But you see what we just I gotta find them documents I sent you. You wanna know how illegal this stuff is, Uncle Levi? The state of Mississippi sued the child support agency, man.
Yeah.
Now make that make sense.
Yeah, because they cut him out the deal.
The state sued the child support agency, man.
Yes.
Make that.
I'll tell you one better. Oh, did you see what just happened in Texas?
No
child support agency is getting funding from the federal government when they go to when it comes to Texas anymore. So you know what they doing? Anybody that's in the jails for child support, they're releasing them and wiping their debt clean.
That's good, Texas doing that, man. But see, Trump was finna do that all across the whole board.
Yep. Go ahead, Levi. I'm sorry. We cut Levi off.
Oh, no. I think Rob was paying roughly around $30,000 a month.
30.
However, about 30 grand a month. But here's the deal. If you notice all the newspaper articles and all of the reporting on him when he was behind, they tried to blow it up as if he hadn't paid. You know, when you look at that number, 160-something thousand, I think it was, whatever. You know,
yeah.
they try to blow it up as if he hasn't paid ever. I think what we have to understand as a people is that I always tell people that there was no daycare during slavery. There was no daycare during slavery. From the time you could walk, you had to get out there in the field. You worked. You feel me? So this misconception that this society has ever given a damn about black children in and of itself is absolutely false. You see that the alt-right and the conservatives are they're anti-abortion, pro-life. So they will, which I'm anti-abortion also. However, they will advocate for a black child, a fetus, before that black child is born. But after that black child comes into the world, if that black child is 14, 13 years old and commits a crime, they'll say give them life in prison, give them the electric chair, give them lethal injection. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that it's the negativity and that perception. I talked to a lot of people about my cousin when it first broke, when he first turned himself in, and they were like, he owe 100 whatever, he owe all this child support. He all like, yo, well, how much was he paying a month? That man has spent more money in child support than most of these niggas talking will ever see in their life. I don't speak on his children, I don't speak on Drea, but I will say this, that you take the average black woman, have they ever seen a $30,000 child support payment? No, if they did, but check this out. These people are so vicious. Mute R. Kelly, stop his income, but at the same time, lock him up because he's not paying his rearages and child support. Don't let him earn no income, but then lock him up. It goes back to the Jim Crow laws. Those same laws where black people were not allowed to use the restroom in these various states and counties, mainly in the South. But then when they tried to use it on the side of the road or urinate behind the restaurant, they arrested them. And you know what I'm saying? It's vicious. You know, it's vicious. I am pro-life. I believe that all men should be responsible for their children and women. But at the same time, I recognize and realize that the same governmental structure that wants to penalize a man for not being hands-on or not providing is the same governmental structure that dismantled the black family. It is the hypocrisy. You follow me, bro? It's the hypocrisy. You dismantle the black family. You set up welfare laws where in order for the woman to get food stamps or any kind of government assistance, she can't have a man in the house. A lot of y'all are too young to remember the movie Claudine. They talked about that, where in the movie, there's a movie called Claudine. It's a black film, where the welfare worker would go inside of the house to see if the man's shoes are there. And, you know, it's absolutely unbelievable, bro. It's absolutely unbelievable. You know, but
crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll ask a question to you and Dana, right? So with the abortion thing that they talked about, right? There goes for all women across the board, right? This is what they wanted to do. They wanted to just stop that. We gonna put, we don't want that. So I've been asking myself this question for so long when, we're dealing with this. When God made man, he made man equal, right?
Yes.
So how is it that if Dana made, how do they value, if we as men were born equal, how do they value a man's life to be like me, you just say it's me, you, and Dana. We got 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Well, they'll say me since I make 100,000. Well, I'm ordered to pay 5,000 a month. But Dana make 200,000. He got to pay 10,000 a month. You make 300. You got to pay 15,000. How is it? All right, if man is made equal, why does it matter how much money I make? To raise a child, it should be a standard. Like it should be a standard cost to raise a child. It shouldn't be based off of how much I make or what I do. Because you can't tell me, oh, I got the same child that y'all have, but it only take me 5,000 to raise mine. But y'all got to pay 10 and 15,000.
Well, this is probably going to be the first time we disagree, brother. I'll say this. I've always been of the belief that this is me personally. If I'm bringing in $50,000 a year, then a portion of that $50,000 belongs to my children. If it's $500,000 a year, a portion of that literally belongs to my children because they did not ask to be here. I've just been of the belief that I get it. See, let me get deep here. We talked about the dismantling of the family. The real problem, and I'm answering your question, Brother Vi, the real problem with abortion, child support, what you talked about as it pertains to the monetary scale, the real true problem is that with the dismantling, destroying the black family, let's call it what it is, bro. Most black children, the majority of black children in America after 1970, for damn sure, were conceived because of sex. It was just sex. You know, it was, in other words, if the woman is trying to build a future with the man, there's going to be focus on establishing or constructing a monetary structure. How are we going to provide for this child? You remember, you've heard of the people who plan their children, and it's normally white people. Once I graduate from college, you graduate from college, we're going to take 3 years, and then after that, we're going to have children. With our people, most of the women that black men procreate with, they're looking at the woman's ass. They're looking at the woman's looks. The woman is looking at the man, his finances. Check this out. Growing up in the hood, West Side, Detroit, we literally had our pick of every female on the West Side because we was getting it like that. Our whips, our whole, it's just, that's in every hood in America. You go back to the 80s, it's a situation where if you flossing and you got the bread and you got a nice whip, you got your own crib, you dress nice, you got that bag, you literally have your pick of every female in that neighborhood, bro. Right? So that means what? That means a lot of our younger females were conditioned by their mothers, by their aunts, by their older cousins. Girl, he got the bag. You better jump on that. The same thing with my cousin. The same thing with Rob. His celebrity is what attracted those kind of women to him. But if the dude was a regular dude, he would have still had women lined up just based on his personality and his looks, bro. But in this situation, it was those kind of women who were chasing after a celebrity. Now, Azriel said it out of her own mouth. She said, well, they don't want to talk about the good times. I think that most of the women that he hooked up with basically was into his celebrity. That's what she said. And she said, with me, I wasn't like that. Well, there are people right now listening to this chat that will say, well, Levi is taking up for Azriel, or Levi is trying to paint a different picture about Azriel. Listen, man, Levi don't cap. Levi makes an assessment on what he sees, okay? So, if Azriel Clary was really on some clout chasing, catching a bag type stuff with Robert, why hasn't she written a book? Why hasn't she made him the main topic of her conversation when she has done interviews? Why isn't she trying to profit off of that relationship? Now, whether you hate the young lady or not, if Levi speaks the truth, you have to agree with the truth. She could have came out the gate. Me and R. Kelly, me and R. Kelly, me and R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly, and got some bags, bro. She could have got some real bags. But from my observation, she wasn't on that. I know I'm jumping a lot of tracks, but I'm trying to bring it all to one point. And that is, when we as men wave that carrot and we know, listen, bro, the question is, here's the question, y'all, and I want Vi to answer this, I want Dana to answer this. Can a woman, well, I need for the women to answer this. Can a woman get with a guy based on what his possessions, what he has, for money, and truly down the road fall in love with that guy? What do y'all think? What, the cat got your tongue? What's going on?
No, I think when it comes to a situation like that, I think it all depends on the character of the female. But I tell people, I got a lot of homies that I know, and the first thing they do when they meet certain females, they hit in their pocket like, what's the number? You know what I'm saying? But I always say, when I see them a couple months down the road, they complaining because things ain't working out. The job done slowed up. The packs ain't coming like they used to. I always feel like in some situations it'd be how you meet a female, how you introduce yourself to a woman is the level of expectation that she will have for you. But there are some women that'll see you out here acting in that nature and will try to get you to see that it's more to, dating a woman than what you have. Some women will say, I don't want you for what you have. I like you. I like your personality. I think that you could be in a greater place than where you're at right now. So I feel like when it comes to that aspect, it depends on the woman who would, if she meet a guy who has this money and, spoiling in the nature or whatever, if she may have came say, oh, I'm gonna give me a purse or do this and that, but she realized that guy, he can hold a conversation. You know what I'm saying? He does, he is educational. He's family oriented or whatever the situation may be. So I feel like it depends on, the lady and also the guy. Both parts have to be intertwining together. That's my take on it.
Word up. Dana? Here we go.
Ask your question again.
What? Here's the deal. Not from a man's perspective, but from a woman, just think about women. Can a woman meet a guy predicated on what that guy has, what he possesses? He got the bag. and truly down the road, you take Jay-Z and Beyonce. I don't know their relationship. I don't. But if I were a betting man, and I am, I would say that whole power. I'm asking you the question, but that whole power couple thing. I think that when it comes to true love, every woman has a type. So, can a woman get with a guy for the bag and then genuinely down the line love him?
No.
This nigga gonna answer straight up tomorrow. No, I gave a 10-minute explanation. This nigga say no.
No. And I'm
you want to expound?
I'm gonna tell you why. If a woman, first of all, we don't choose women. Women choose us.
Facts.
We can agree with her choosing, or we can disagree with her choosing. But they choose us. They know what they want to do from the first 3 minutes of a conversation.
Right.
So if a chick is with a dude just for the bag at first, she's not going to have a change of heart because her whole motive was the bag. But I will say this. A woman that comes into a situation and don't care about the bag, but only care about you, those are the women that will stay with you after the bag is gone. But the women that come in after the bag, once that bag stops, they gone. And then they're going to turn around and sue you.
You said it. Now you hit the nail on the head right there, bro. You hit the nail on the head. I was going to say that. The true test, bro, is, in the hood. I'm just saying, growing up in the hood, being outside, you have your up moments, you have your down moments.
Mm-hmm.
And, I would say 30% of the females I encounter, first of all, here's the deal. You're going to always put your best foot forward if you're a dude. Yeah, you're going to always, without a doubt, dress the best you can. You're going to floss. You're going to floss your stuff. Now, it is what it is.
Right.
Excuse me. And in addition to that, let's be real. The nigga with the bag, the nigga with the whip, the nigga that can do everything, that's fine. Rick Ross said it best when he said, girls just want to have fun, like Cyndi Lauper. And that's the truth. Girls just want to have fun, bro. But if, like Dana just said, when you have your down moments, if that woman's still with you, that means she likes something about you more than the bag.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the case with Jay-Z, he's never had that down moment. That's from the outside looking in. I don't know, bro. He's never had that down moment. And I think that in his mind causes his relationship, it causes him to question his relationship because he's never had that. You want to know, bro. Like I said, I'll say 25% of the females that I, dealt with, when I had those dry spells, when it was down, about 25% was still rocking with me the same way, bro. Like it wasn't you didn't see no change in them. You feel me? But the other 75%, you know what I'm saying? You saw the change. You feel me? Rick Ross, let me say this real quick. Rick Ross, on one of his songs called Rich Off Cocaine. Yeah, Rich Off Cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
And he says in the songs, his lyrics, he said, coming from a city where the chicks will fuck you for your paint. Yeah, coming from a city where a bitch will fuck you for your paint job. Catch a case, then they let you know you can't call. Basically, she'll screw you for your paint job. He talking about MIL. He talking about down south. They really into all that. You feel me?
Right.
But Yeah, you catch a case, then they let you know you can't call. You feel me? They flip it on you. You feel me?
Right.
And that's every city. Go ahead, brother.
No. I'm listening. I'm here with you.
I feel like I get what Dana's saying too, but I don't know. It's just with the relationship aspect and how it go when it comes to the money part. I just feel like it's like I say. I still feel like it's all up to the individual person, man. Cause you got gold diggers and you got women out here that just you got gold diggers, and I think most dudes that just want to come with the money. They put their money before they put who they are first. Those are guys who don't know how to communicate with a woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to, whatever you want, I'm going to buy it for you. But you don't even know what's her favorite color. You don't know what's her favorite food. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of stuff that guys have issues with, he might have the bag, but he just so happened to might meet a woman who has the patience to bring him along and help him understand. And this is the whole thing I say about with Robert. Truth, and there's no disrespect to his ex-wife or none of that. But how you marry this man, knowing that he had the disabilities he had, when did she ever step in and say, "Look, I'm finna help you understand this paperwork that you're dealing with"? You know what I'm saying? I need to see your contract. I need to read this over, make sure you understand, because she could have protected him a little more if she helped and not just sat back and got showered the way that she did. He needed
Well,
somebody to come in and help him. Especially when you talk about contracts and different things, how so much was being taken.
well, once again, it goes back to that real organic relationship where, um, let me tell you who God bless the dead, bro. God bless the dead. But I never liked uh, what Kevin Samuel stood on. Me personally, I never liked that. I've never been. Well, I've never been one to equate love with money. I think Kevin Samuels, God bless the dead, but I think he built his platform on preying on the insecurities and the that inferiority complex that exists within a lot of black women. I don't believe. I understand it was entertainment, but I don't believe in saying to a quote unquote European looking black woman, who meets the quote unquote standard of that look of a dime piece, that she's more valuable than the average regular black woman that some would rate a 4 or a 5. I think that shit is asinine. I think it's childish. I think it's an infantile mentality. I think it's ignorant. I think, you feel me? I think that if a man is a multimillionaire and he's quote unquote nice looking and he got his bag, he's doing his thing, and he's somewhere at a restaurant, and the young lady that waits on him or the lady that waits on him is what people will call a 4 or a 5, and she's polite, and he says, "I like you," or whatever, and he asked her out, she may feel inferior. But he may have fallen in love just by looking at her, just being a regular woman with 2 kids. She may be a little overweight. Listen, I'll say it like this, man. Listen, bro, I done messed with a lot of dimes, bro. Some of them were good people, but most of them were just about that, worth a dime, because of that mentality, bro. The mentality of you think you're so nice looking that you're entitled to this, that, and the third, and I'm a real nigga. Like, it never flew with me. You feel me? It never flew with me. So I just have a problem with Kevin Samuels, God bless the dead, rating our women and telling them, because of your size, because of how you look, because of your income tax bracket, you're not worthy of a wealthy black man, but at the same time, you look at your black athletes, you look at most of your black men of great financial means, and you put all of their women, you put all of their girlfriends, all of their fiancés in one goddamn stadium, and they look like sisters. They look like they could be sisters or cousins because all of them, most of them are light skinned, long hair, same build, same mentality, same everything. Does that mean that they're lower than the average sister? No. What I'm saying is that it's an artificial world. Robert, I saw it with my own eyes. With Robert, he chose to deal with women that didn't have much of shit. Let's be real. Because he was longing for the hood chick. He was longing to find that young lady who could really, would really remind him of his mom struggling. That man, Dana, y'all know this. That man could have been in the hills of Hollywood dealing with the Kardashians, dealing with nothing but wealthy, so-called European-looking black women or Asian women or what everybody is going for. He could have been in the hills of Hollywood, bro. He could have been dealing with nothing but chicks that was on that. But look what he chose. He chose regular-looking females, bro. And look what it cost him. Look what it cost him. So what y'all think about what I just said, man?
Facts. Truth. Like I say, sad to say, but the same thing that'll make you laugh, same thing that'll make you cry.
Facts.
I look at it with Kevin Samuels though. I mean, you can't place all the blame on him and his views when you got adult women going asking him about their self. We all have daughters on this panel. I have a daughter, for sure. But you know what my job is as a father? To instill in my daughter to know her worth. Know who she is. I always say this all the time. My daughter, I put a video up on my Facebook. My daughter left me a voicemail. She said, "Dad, I miss you, and I remember everything you tell me." She said, "I will always remember you telling me, know my worth."
That's right.
My daughter's 7 years old.
Right.
My daughter's 7. She left me a voice on my voicemail. Everything you tell me, I remember. Because my job is to instill in my daughter, know your worth. And always bring your own plate to the table when you sit down to eat. And if you choose to be with a man because this is who you want to be with, not because you need this man to survive. It's a big difference.
Yes, sir. But look who Kevin Samuels was with. If my battery goes out, y'all, you know why it hangs up. But look at who Kevin Samuels was with. I mean to cut you off, brother Vine, 'cause my battery might die. Look at who he was with. Look at what he was doing when he left here. Look at how long he had known that individual. So you're giving black women advice on their worth, but you're a middle-aged black man and you out here basically tricking. Meeting strange-ass women running to jump in the bed and screw them. See, bro, God bless the dead, but at the same time, what was his moral compass?
I'm going to be honest with you, Levi.
Go ahead, nigga. Go on, nigga. I know you about to come at me. Go on, nigga. Go ahead. Yeah.
You know what?
I know nephew. Now go ahead, nigga. Go. What you about to say?
It's over for you.
Right. Here we go. Oh man.
Say this, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna keep it a book, man. Myself, as well as a lot of other people and I'm not gonna say woke, because you know the other folks have took that word and made it bullshit.
Right.
So I'm gonna say this for the people that know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Kevin Samuels was in a bed with anybody regular. I believe that he got that knock on the door because it was said that he was warned 3 times. I believe he got a knock on the door, but they gave him that needle, and it pretty much stopped his heart. However, if you look up, and I hope you two don't strike my page for this, if you look up deaths by organization, the first 3 organizations, you're going to see the CIA, FBI, and the DEA. Study how Kevin Samuels passed, how they say he passed, and look at what organization that fall under.
Okay, but why would they want to take him out? What was he? How was he a threat, man? What are you talking about? He wasn't no threat.
Listen. Pump your brakes. Hold on.
Hold on. Put the thing in the thing, Dana. Go ahead, put the thing in the thing, Dana.
Let me help you. Let me put the thing in the thing.
Go ahead.
He was stopping the agenda that's moving now. A lot more people were starting to wake up and listen to what he was saying instead of going with that same sex agenda. He was stopping a lot of that. And you know, just like I know, when you stop stuff like that, but they get you out of here. And he was
okay.
But he was already warned 3 times though.
All right. I mean, you hear me say bye. I don't know. I mean,
hey, but it's dangerous to the point to where, like, I just feel like, I take advice from you, Levi. I take advice from Dana. But I could take y'all advice, but at the end of the day, I have to lean on what Vashawn was best for me.
Right.
So for me, it's more so the women that will call and listen and really just like, if you allow somebody to talk to you that way, I'm starting to question you.
That's right.
Well, I'm gonna take it a step further, Va. When you have a lot of displaced women, and when I mean displaced, I mean women who really don't know their worth, women who really don't have a great self-esteem about themselves. They will look for any male that have that father figure / voice figure out there
to down them, Dana.
I mean, if you look at it, Kev ain't really down you.
What?
Not if you pay attention.
Women like this though,
no,
didn't have no job, but some of them women will call with no job, but say they need a man that makes 6 figures.
Right.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
What?
What's wrong with that?
If God lead that man to you, and this is the man that God has for you, then so be it. But don't complain about it when you're not working to put. Both people, you got to put in work, man. Ain't nothing just gonna fall in your lap.
Well, go ahead, Dana.
Wait. Let me get this straight. Levi, did you say what's wrong with that?
I said, if some broke ass, let me make it clear, if some broke ass woman with no job wants to meet a millionaire, that's her prerogative. Maybe she will, chances she won't.
I don't have time for bullshit.
Who are we to judge, bro?
No, we not, and that's pretty much like how we.
I don't have time for bullshit.
The Maxwell, man.
Jesus Christ. Who are we to judge? Who are we to say she shouldn't be trying to meet a man with 6 figures? Hell, whatever she want to do. Maybe she got some good head or something. I don't know. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's got some good head. What do you want me to do? Hey, what do you want me to do?
But I'm saying though, you know, the most important thing she must do though, the most important thing a woman must do, the most important thing a man must do, you must believe in yourself and
Facts.
also know your worth. Not what
Facts.
you feel somebody tell you, just because a man tell you, well, motherfucker, you ain't got no job, why you looking for a 6-figure man? You know, if you believe that's what you want, you want to tell me, you know, fuck you. That's what I want, you know? And
No
if I
doubt, no
gotta wait a
doubt.
lifetime to get it, guess what? Are you willing to wait until that situation come to you? Me personally, I feel like I don't look at it like when it come to dating. When I feel like the woman that's for me, that's the woman God's gonna put before me. You gonna go through some, you know, like a carton of eggs. You know, you gonna have some eggs that may be cracked, some may be froze, already boiled, but eventually you gonna find that one that's for you.
Nah, nigga, I'm sorry. If I buy a carton of eggs and one I'm boiled already, I'm taking that shit back.
But how about this? How about this? Yo. How about this, y'all? Y'all forgetting about something. How about the men who are financially stable, like myself, who don't want their woman to work?
So you don't want your woman to work?
Hell no.
Why?
If she chooses to, but I don't want her to.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You are solely cool with having a one-person income.
Bro, like it ain't nothing, bro. It's like my sister. She helps me. Well, you can't tell her nothing. You feel me? So she works corporate. It was a point where I was like, yo, you need to come do what I'm doing. We could work. And she wasn't going for it. However, if she had been like, cool. When I say I don't want my woman to work, what I'm saying is that my idea, what I'm doing, if you can sit at home and aid me in what I'm doing, we getting money together. But as far as you know, I just don't equate true love with finances. That's just me. I've never been that way, bro. I've never had. Let's check this out. Check this out. I've never allowed a woman to pay for anything on a date. I've never allowed a woman to buy me anything. I've been offered everything. I'm like, no, you're not buying me that. I believe in doing for my woman, and those times when I was single, I believe in doing for a woman. I don't believe in a man. Look, bro, birthdays, Christmas gifts. It's like, what do you want? What do you want? If they ask me enough, I'll say, look, go get me some kosher hot dogs, a fifth of Hennessy or a pint of Hennessy in a 24 case or whatever. You feel me? That's it. Let's grill some stuff. Let's grill some chicken. Let's sit by, listen to some music or whatever, and chill out. Hey, no, you ain't spending no $500, $600, $1,000 on me. I ain't into that shit, bro. Go ahead.
You see something?
Don't you start with that damn skin either, nigga.
You done fucked up. You know that. I see what I'm saying. You done fucked up. No, you done fucked up.
Oh, shit.
You about to have every woman on fucking YouTube. Leader! Listen, bro. I commend all of that. That's old school way.
Word.
I don't believe there's no such thing of old school and new school, though. However, it's a plus if your woman have her own. You know, they say father may have, mother may have, but at his own. It's a plus if your woman. Okay, let me stop being modest. Let me do this. If I'm bringing a house, you got to bring more than a paper bag. At the end of the day, what if you fall sick, Levi? How the bills gonna get paid?
I'm talking about, if I can answer that question, bro, I'm talking about our goal is to be financially secure. Our goal as men is to like really be there.
Facts.
Okay. On your way there, you make provisions with life insurance and things of that sort, just in case something goes awry. However, as far as you say you got to come to the house with more than a paper bag, okay. You find a chick that has a job that has more than a paper bag. She don't cook. She don't clean. She's not good with children. She likes to run the streets. She's a hoe, but she got more than a paper bag. The chick with the paper bag comes. She's real good with children. She can cook. She can clean. She's really like a homemaker. You feel me? Which one you gonna choose, bro?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
But the one I'm going to choose,
it's over for you. Go ahead.
No. Yes, boss. Yes. The one I'm going to choose is the one that I can grow with.
Exactly.
But check this out. Nowadays, you don't have women falling in either category, and you have the woman that want to get her body done, that want to look like the video vixen, that can't cook, clean, have sex, do none of that, and don't work. But they want a man, but they got 12 figures. Why? Because they want to show their girlfriend, oh, if I can just suck a little bit and just dip a little bit, and show my little summertime knees and drop it low a little bit, I can get this. Let's keep it real. A lot of the women nowadays don't even know how to please their man.
You ain't lying, bro.
So now, and we talking about origins of people that use a product and sex and can't deliver it right.
Well, go ahead.
So the thing is, now that you have that going on, that falls back to the guys. How do you like to be pleased? How do you like to have sex? Well, I can't tell you because then that's the man act. So now we're handicapped all the way around the board. Because if I think how to please me, that's that. If she get mad, that's the man act. If she get mad, that's forced labor. That's why I said what I said. When they was able to get away with the stuff that they did with Robert, it sets precedents for a whole lot of dumb stuff for not just us, but for the younger generation who ain't even following this.
True. I feel sorry for the younger generation, but let me say, matter of fact, let me say, all you niggas. Let me get this public service announcement. All you niggas that's younger than 45 years old, let me tell y'all something. Y'all don't know what fine females even look like. Y'all don't know what dying. Boy, let me tell you something. 88, nigga. Girl. Ask Dame Dash. Ask Cameron, bro. Ask niggas in my era.
I beg to differ.
Hold on. Boy, we had Dana, you in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
Last time I went to Atlanta was nothing but silicone, fake asses, fake titties, this, that, and the third. Bro. I used to go, listen, we used to go to the real Atlanta, boy. What you talking about?
Are you talking about back in 92?
Back 92, 89, 80, boy. Atlanta, let me tell you something. Detroit and Atlanta had the real deal Holyfields, bro. Now it's fake. It's the fake this and fake shit, nigga. I used to go to the supermarket in Atlanta and damn near would get married every time I go to the supermarket. I damn near got married. Shit.
Ask yourself this question though: How was we able to allow that to happen? I'm gonna tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
BT, Yo MTV Raps.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But let's keep it real. Ain't nobody know about skinny jeans until Lil Wayne got out of jail, and Lil Wayne said it. He gave an interview from jail and said, "I'm gonna change the way men wear clothes." And they said, well, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "I'm gonna wear jeggings." And everybody was like, "What is a jegging?" See, a lot of people don't remember that. They don't remember that interview. And when they took him off the boat coming from Alcatraz, coming from Rikers Island, when they took him off that little boat thing, and he had them tight fitting sweatpants on. He said, "These are the jeggings." Everybody ran and got some. I said, "Yo, my wallet too thick to be wearing them skinny jeans, bro, but I can't do it."
Yeah, he did bring that in. I didn't think about that, Danny, because in that song right above it with Drake, one of my favorite songs right above it with Drake, he says in some skinny jeans and some Vans. He was talking about skinny jeans back then. But I'm gonna tell you on the female side, I was there, bro. You know what really changed the game as it pertains to females and this tricking mentality, bro?
Look what Gospel Glam said.
What? She laughed at me.
Nah, look on the screen. Wait now, I'm in an A and I'm totally real.
Oh, I ain't saying no. It's some real ones there now. It's some real ones there. But like when I go, like I go out to the outer skirts. You feel me? But that center of Atlanta where everything is happening, bro. I ain't with that all that fake shit.
Bro,
but listen,
I ain't gonna lie. Gospel Glam thick is all outdoors, bro.
Word up. Hold on. Hey Dana, let me tell you this, bro. If we go through the chronological reality of this thing, bro, listen. Everybody got to agree with this. Where it all changed, I was there in the thick of it. I was in the middle of it. When Little Kim dropped that album with her legs spread wide open and what she was rapping about changed the game with females. Would y'all agree?
No. Check it. You talking about when the hardcore album came out?
Yeah.
Got no time for fake niggas. No.
Yeah.
If you listen to what she was saying, she was pretty much saying she don't got time for nobody who don't have ambition and that don't have a hustle.
Wow. What?
Hey, Levi. Levi, don't make me do a track by track. Listen, you know what? That's what we're going to do. And tomorrow afternoon, Levi, around like 7 p.m., me and you going to come in here and we're going to play the hardcore album from beginning to end. And we're going
to do that. Word. Right. Word up. That's gonna be a good live. And check this out.
Big great.
Keep in mind that Big was writing for her. Okay, a lot of her songs were written by B.I.G.
Right.
Big was on that flossing shit.
Right.
Big was writing songs with that one of the best songs that Little Kim has ever done as far as a female verse is on Mary J. Blige's "I Can Love You." When she says, "Go ahead."
But he said you're not going to show up, Levi. He said, "Now you know."
Oh,
Levi.
for sure. I'm down with that, bro. I'm down with that. But Big, when she says playing Good Samaritan at the Sheraton, oh my God, Big was writing for her then, and it like that. "I Can Love You" with Mary J. Blige. That whole feature was fire, bro. But keep in mind, Dana, most of the female rappers like Queen Latifah, MC Light, you feel me? Most of the female rappers were not basically telling niggas you got to have a bag to hit it, bro. Little Kim is the what?
Fox Brown was the first one to say that.
Wait a minute, hold on. So you're trying to tell me? Look at it chronologically.
Foxy came out and before Kim.
Well, let's just say we have to go with the dates. Now we have to get real because we got to go with specific dates, bro.
With the Firm album. Oh,
we have to.
Oh, you gotta drop a 22 bag just to eat my ass and all that, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah, but that was more undergroundish, bro. You got to admit that Little Kim had more commercial success. Yes or no?
That's true.
Okay, so Little Kim would be the mother of Cardi B and them. Because she had more commercial success.
She's the queen.
There's no question about it. And
fuck all of them. Little Kim is the queen, bro. She's nah for real.
All she was talking about is you got to have a bag to hit it. You got to have a bag to eat it. And you know it's true, bro.
Mary J is the Don. So what I'll say is, when we critique these songs, you know what? We should do that every Friday, Levi. Let's find a artist and critique one of their hardest albums.
Definitely, bro. Without a doubt, bro. Because we're all of that age group where we experienced the real hip hop.
Right.
I'm not talking about the NBA young boy. You know, I rock with all them young cats, man. Kodak, Free Kodak. But the hip hop we grew up on, bro, was real hip hop. It set the whole stage for our lives, bro.
Let me ask you,
Go ahead, brother.
right?
Go ahead.
When you look at NBA YoungBoy, who do you see? And this gonna blow.
I'm trying to think.
When
Who do I
you
see?
YoungBoy, who do you see from style to complexion to skin complexion to hair to dress to everything?
Rob?
Who?
Rob?
No.
Who?
Special Ed.
Ah, that's deep. That's deep right there.
Special Ed.
Yeah. Yeah, Special Ed.
Because if you, matter of fact, and then if you take NBA YoungBoy's song, They Don't Like Me for the latest one he got.
Right.
Just look at Special Ed. Think about it. I'm your idol, the highest title. Muno no Uno. I'm not Puerto Rican, so I'm speaking sort of, you know. I mean, like, yo, everything is there.
Facts. I tell you this, man. We had such a wealth of real artistry back then, bro, because everybody had their own styles, bro. Think about it, Mobb Deep.
Yep.
Kwame with the polka dots, bro.
Man.
Nas. Everybody. Nobody was alike, bro.
Man, Kid and Play even fit in.
Yeah, even Kid and Play, bro. Facts.
So let me ask you this. Would you realize, I mean, would you say gangster rap really turned when NWA came out, or did it turn and when Too Short came out?
I would say 6 a.m, Police at My Door with Ice-T was the first time I really heard gangster rap. That 6 a.m, Police at My Door. However, as it relates to popularity,
I can't get why.
No, just that one song was the first time we heard some real LA type style, pimp gangster type shit. Go ahead.
Colors made me think he was undercover, bro.
Color.
I'm sorry, yo. Colors made me think that he was.
No.
Shit.
Ice Thorough.
Man, just like when Tevin Campbell. I used to jam the Can We Talk, but then I heard Graffiti Bridge, and I heard the hook on that. I said, "Oh, he gay."
What can you do?
I was like, ugh. But I will say that that's the best era of music.
Oh my God, bro. God, bro. It was the best era ever.
That's when Versus should have been out. Because I would have loved to see Luther Vandross versus Teddy Pendergrass back then.
Man, let me tell you something, bro. This new rap, I ain't taking none from the young cats, whatever. But when it comes to creativity, see, people don't understand this about Robert either. People don't understand that Robert grew up in developing his art form and developing. He was able to change the game because people were trying to compare him to Aaron Hall. And you said what?
I said, ooh. I mean, Sony made him take Aaron Hall's style.
Right, but when you look at the quality of voice, all you got to do is look at some of Aaron Hall's concerts and look at. Matter of fact, I was with Aaron Hall. I was literally with Aaron Hall on the east side of Detroit after Aaliyah passed, and they were doing a tribute song. I wonder if that song is still if you could find that song. It was him and some local rappers, a couple other rappers. They did a tribute song to Aaliyah on the east side of Detroit. I'm gonna try to find that.
Listen, one thing I'm gonna say is this: when they made Robert take Aaron Hall's style, and they made him take his look, I said, I wonder where Robert gonna go after that. And then when Robert, it's like he took it, reinvented it, and came out with something so fly. I was like, damn. And it's like every time me and Damien sit back and talk about that, Damien be like, yo, when Ern and Robert got in the studio, bro, it was like magic. And I'm just saying, like, yo, if Robert's album, the one that he had the mix down, and the one that had the song Grudge on it,
Right.
If that album ever come out, and I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again, fuck a 12 play, fuck a TP2, fuck a TP3. You can take everything he did and just put it on a shelf compared to this joint. I've never heard a whole album that bumps and that puts you in the mood from track to track, bro.
And what's really sad is that he could have really produced Aaron Hall and taken him to a very high level, because Aaron Hall, melodically, Rob had an edge over Aaron Hall when it comes to melodies. Later
on in his career, yeah. But in the beginning, Aaron Hall would have ripped Rob to pieces.
No, now you talking about Teddy Riley, B. You talking about Teddy Riley, yo. We talking about Aaron Hall.
That's listen. In the very beginning, if you would have took Public Announcement R. Kelly against guy Aaron Hall, then Aaron Hall would have killed Rob.
But what you're doing is, you said Aaron Hall vocally. Listen. I'm saying Teddy Riley was behind that.
Listen, no, but that was all Aaron. Listen,
bro.
But as Rob ascended, I wouldn't put nobody against Rob now, because now Rob will destroy Aaron Hall vocally, because now Robert has he has really honed his craft. But in the very beginning, Aaron Hall would have killed him.
No way. I'm telling you, Aaron Hall came in on the New Jack Swing wave, okay? And because go ahead, brother.
Listen, how many times have you been going to the store saying "dum dum diddy yo"?
That's Teddy Riley, B.
That's not Aaron.
Dana, I was there, bro.
That's all.
Listen, I was there. Listen to me, bro.
Wait,
Rob.
And Damon come from Germany. I'm gonna get him. And
I ain't taking.
And all of us gonna talk about this. The Aaron Hall now can't touch Rob.
He could never touch him. He could never touch him. All you got to do is think about Rob with Teddy Riley singing "I Like." I like. What if Rob was doing a lead on that, bro?
But I can't even see that.
Exactly, because Rob.
But that's not even something Rob would do.
Listen, New Jack Swing. I ain't taking none from them niggas, man. God was the truth, bro. God was the truth.
Just like, and you can't take Aaron Hall and say, can you imagine Aaron Hall singing "Honey Love"? Hell no.
Well, he could not do it like Rob, but here's the deal. Teddy Riley, on the Breakfast Club interview, said it straight up that Rob was better than him. He said, I don't know about all that other stuff y'all talking, but that man is what you call a maestro. He's on another level. He gave him his props. I respect Teddy Riley for that. He gave Rob his props.
I totally agree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. I got it. When Rob first started out, did he have an "I Believe I Could Fly" in him? When he first came on? Yeah, it was already in him, B.
Of course.
It was already in him.
It just had to be.
But let me tell you, let me tell you when I first discovered it, bro. that he was quantum leaps ahead of Aaron Hall, and the whole hood discovered it. My body is calling. With Aaliyah, wah, wah, wah. When he came, boy, that was it. People was like, oh, this nigga's on another level. That body's calling remix with Aaliyah, bro. That separated Rob from everybody.
Yeah,
The melodies of that song, niggas knew like, oh, he on another level than Aaron Hall.
Yeah, but who engineered that?
I don't know, nigga.
Teddy Riley.
Well, that's the closest you're gonna get. If that's the case, that's the closest you're gonna get to a Guy R. Kelly collaboration, bro.
No. That's why I said if the song Grudge come out, you'll hear it.
Oh, I would love to hear that, Joe. I would love to hear it.
Dog. But I wouldn't even go past that song, bro. I wouldn't even hear the rest of the album. But when I tell you that song, first of all, man, Grudge is hot off that, man. It's just so many stuff. Man, look, man. Look. Man, bro, I'm just saying this, Levi, on some real stuff. I've never heard an album like that before. And it wasn't even mixed down.
Well, I believe it, bro. But I'm gonna tell you this, man. There's a National Coney Island on Michigan in downtown Detroit. Rob was coming up to the radio station. I had never heard that remix. I'm at the National Coney Island.
Of what?
And in downtown Detroit, with that Body's Calling remix.
What?
I had never heard it. I had never heard it at that time, but I was meeting him at the radio station in downtown Detroit. Bro, about 3-4 cars rolled past playing that. They might have debuted it on there on that radio station. And I'm outside and I heard that and I could not believe it.
And you lost your mind.
Well, it's masterful. And when he came down, I was like, God, like, and one thing about Rob, man, one thing about that nigga, masterpiece after masterpiece, he'll just look and say, oh, you know, that nigga look and say, well, you know, like, you know, like what else can I do? You feel me? Like, nigga, I'm like, nigga, that remix is crazy. You want to hear it again? I say, yeah.
That's his favorite. Oh, you want to hear it again?
You want to hear? He put that shit. I was like, damn. And if I recall, he can answer this himself. If I recall, I don't want to lie on him, but he told me something like he kind of fashioned that after Bobby Womack, I think he said.
Yep.
Like Bobby Womack, some old soul, hardcore old soul. Body's calling for me. Hey, some L Green, Bobby Womack type shit. Niggas lost their mind over Body Calling remix, bro. I don't know what they were doing in Atlanta and B-More, but niggas lost their mind in Detroit over that joint, bro.
Crazy. I used to get talent shows.
Word?
I used to get talent shows. Man, yo, when a nigga did that for the Wiz, bro, I was like, oh, I'm jealous now.
That's deep.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. When I tell you, cats respected Robert so much that nobody was trying to take his style, except for a couple dudes back home. In the beginning in Baltimore, everybody was on Wanye.
Okay.
Everybody was on Wanye. Until one day, and I'm gonna have Woody on my show soon, and Woody gonna tell you the same story. Man, Woody came home with a Jodeci, not Jodeci. I think it was either a Jodeci live joint. Man, Cisco said, "Yo, let me hold that for the weekend." Mind you, this Friday. This nigga come back Sunday, down at the Fudgery, sounding just like KC. I said, "Crazy. This is crazy." So,
what's your take on Jodeci, bro? You never told me that. What's your real take on Jodeci?
love him.
You ain't lying.
I wanted to Jodeci. Love him.
You ain't lying, bro.
I just like now to see JoJo going through what he going through, man. It's kind of hurtful.
What's up with him?
Nah, he going through the drinking thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like it's kind of hurtful, but I'm gonna keep it real, man. I come from a city of nothing but singers, bro. And I mean, and like just like I tell folks, everybody talking about Usher is a singer. No, Usher's a performer.
No doubt.
Now, if you really want to see a versus, let's have a Jodeci Drew Hill and let them do some live stuff.
And they both, and what you just said is true because they both can do live. They both can go live.
Right.
And let me say this about KC. Let me tell you something.
Legend.
The one thing I will always give KC is that he always had his own style, bro. I'll give that nigga that forever. Like he that leg movement and shit. He didn't do that leg movement and shit, and how he be leaning over and shit, put his arms almost on the floor and all that. KC, man, that nigga's the truth.
Yo, all of us used to do that. Once KC came out with it, man, we all, man, what?
That's deep.
Look, man, I can show you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you a video. Hold on. I'm gonna show you a video. This gonna trip you out. I'm gonna show you a video, and this was before Drew Hill was what you know as Drew Hill now. Check this out. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Let me get this. Let me get this joint. This gonna trip you out. Let me find this joint. It's gonna trip you out. This one right here. I'm gonna show you two videos. Check this out.
If you're a lawyer, you write brief.
Check this out. This the type of stuff that we do. And everybody was asking about how Drew Hill got their name. So I'm narrating this for you. The park that you see right now,
right?
The park that you about to see is called Drew Hill Park. That's where everybody go at on Sunday. That's where we had like the car show and everything. Check this out.
Okay. The pop charts under the name Drew Hill. It's so far included Tell Me and In My Bed, and a new single, Never Make a Promise, will be out next month. Abby Kirst took the boys back to Drew Hill for this report.
Somebody's sleeping in
So we're in Druid Hill Park, Baltimore, your hometown. I assume this is where you guys got the name.
Yeah!
So what is it like here? I mean, growing up in Baltimore. It seems quiet as well.
That's big.
Drew Hill calls its musical style alternative R&B, and you'll find in their live performances they incorporate some elements of old school hip-hop, such as the human beatbox.
It's like every once in a while on our show, it's like we'll be singing Tell Me or something, and then like at the end, and then they go do something like this. And then at the end of the song, we'll like be singing a cappella, and just show people that we really are singing, because a lot of times they don't even
Right.
And then I just break it to the beat, and then the crowd be like, hey,
Watch this.
Influenced by R&B vocal groups such as Boyz II Men and Jodeci, the members of Drew Hill not only honed their gospel-based skills while hanging out at Drew Hill Park, they also worked together at the Fudgery in Baltimore at Mall and Harbor Place. That's where they made fudge and sang in the storefront to entertain customers.
A lot of the soul that you put into your song sounds like it does come from the church. So do you use that and kind of take a little bit of that influence in what you do now?
Well, like what Casey
Hold on, I'm
said.
about to show you something else, Levi. Hold on. So that way you'll understand, like we have it's different for us. It's different for us. All right, here we go. It's different for us. And it's like at this time, it was a group called 410. Love them boys to death. Never forget one another. Things happen.
Right.
So check this out. This is real singing. This is when they first signed that deal.
That's deep.
Hold on, because that's the wrong clip. Hold on, that's the wrong clip. I don't know why they did that.
Somebody sleeping in my. That was I was just listening to Cisco's vocals on that, which was I didn't even know he was hitting them other notes like that. Cisco's bad as hell, bro.
Yeah, but actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. Jazz is the singer out of the group.
Man, you out your mind.
I'm trying to tell.
Man, Cisco, man, what are you talking about, bro?
Jazz is the singer out the group. Is this the Summer Jam joint? Here you go. Here you go.
Check this out right here. Which one of these tiles y'all want to take off first? Is it this one right here?
That's when Woody was fat.
I think
so.
Is it this one right here? Alright.
So they all grew up together?
Oh, yeah, everybody.
Alright. Go.
Woody look like JoJo. I mean, Dalvin.
Right.
Cisco KC. Jazz JoJo. Nokio Devontae.
State.
Jazz the singer of the group, bro.
He got a very nice voice.
Hold on, get you this plug. There you go.
Yeah, they harmony tight.
Yeah. Now watch this.
Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me if it ain't good enough for you. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me if it ain't good enough for you. You got to tell me what you want. You got to tell me what you need. You got to tell me, baby. Tell me, baby. Tell me what you want.
Now, is that MB more, Dana?
Yeah.
Word.
Yeah, it's that Summer Jam.
Okay.
You got to tell me, baby. Tell me straight. Tell me what you want.
Man, so when I tell you, like, that's some of the stuff that we do at talent shows, though. You know what I mean?
See.
So it's like everybody honed their craft at the Anthony Jeter show.
Okay.
That's where you go. That's where you go, and I mean, yo, you really just show off, bro. I mean, it's like a real live show.
Let's see.
Hold on. Anthony. Let me see if they got it up. The Anthony Jeter joint. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if this is.
Jeter Show is not only known to.
This is funny. This is the show that all of us came from. Us, well, Drew Hill, myself, Rough Ends, Mario, Tanya Blunt, everybody came from here. Fantasia, which she used to sing gospel, her mom, that they all came from this joint right here.
Okay. Also, Fantasia's mom used to sing too.
Jeter Show is not only known to Baltimoreans, but also has extended shows outside Baltimore to VA, PA, DC, Delaware, and Jersey. The Jeter Show is very well known on the East Coast. 20 years from now, just like your parents and grandparents talk about the Royal Theater, well, this generation will talk about the Jeter Show. Please give Anthony Jeter a nice round of applause for helping out our youth.
Oh, this feels so crazy, and how this love's blazing, and baby, we're so high, walking on the clouds.
And you know who that is, right? Levi.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. And you know who this is, right?
No, who is it?
That's the group City High. And before they got discovered.
Oh, what White Clef.
Right. So
Word.
this is so much
To
nice.
tell you so, Mama, you're so beautiful. I just come to tell you so. Anybody out there got a beautiful mother? I'm gonna come tell you.
That's Paula Campbell.
Favorite love song and how you like it on repeat.
There's just so many people that came through.
Let's see. Where's that event right there held at?
Baltimore at this high school called Douglas.
Oh, wow.
Mario.
The vagrant smells like the fresh flowers you grow. Baby, let me take you to the bed and knock on my door. When you need it, when you need it.
Yeah, so I mean, everybody that somebody came through Jeter's show, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna get them on here as well. But man, when I tell you like, and when Mario used to just sing everybody else stuff.
That's deep.
And then he got with this dude named David.
Mm-hmm.
David from Rough Ends. That's the only person that I know made Joe look crazy. So I'm just saying, like, when I hear people talking about, oh, yo, it was never no talent out of Maryland. You crazy.
That's deep. Rough Ends was tight.
Man, oh my God. It's too much. Did you ain't hear when I played that song for the other night, did you?
Which one? By Rough Ends, right?
Yeah, Where Do Love Go?
Yeah, definitely. I heard it.
Question.
Yeah.
What you think about the song Love Crime?
Well, I think, like I said, excellent song. And funny, until you told me about it, I never heard it. Yeah, until you told me about it, I never heard it.
Man, it's so many gems that we got, man. So what you think about the song for the breakup song for that Rough Ends guy?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like. We were just stuck on that. That was a joint. And I guess it was very few certain artists you didn't listen to their whole joints. You feel me? And when you put me up on it, I was like, damn, I know that whole album was fucking slamming like that.
Hold on, you were stuck on No More?
Yeah, that was like everybody was bumping that in the D, bro.
Hold on, man. So that mean that y'all skipped over one of the hottest songs on the album, bro.
Yeah. Facts, bro.
I'm gonna play this just for you. Check it
out. Word.
Check it out.
Hey, baby.
2000.
You ain't know nothing about this?
I ain't know. I mean, bro, like I said, I may have, you know how you rolling whatever, and you let songs play. That's tight.
She's the only one that makes me feel complete. I gotta send a shout out to my lady, 'cause she's my
my shorty, my dime piece, my homie, and she's the only girl for me. I'm lying in my bedroom, thinking about my baby. She's like a picture from a magazine, and she's on mine. I'm really, really feeling her, and I wanna tell the world. So, Mr. DJ, won't you please play a song for us? Send some love to my baby. Send some love out. She's the only one that makes me feel complete. Ooh, send a shout out to my lady. Gotta send the love, gotta send the love. She's my shorty, my dime piece, my homemade. And she's the only girl for me. Oh, well, stop, hold up, let me tell you what the deal. I was wrong, and I know it, gotta say it. I was running with some other girl, and I know I was wrong, yes I was. So I'm calling to apologize on the radio. So Mr. DJ, can you please say a shout out for me? I wanna send some love to my baby. I wanna send love. She's the only one that makes me feel complete. Only one that makes me feel complete. Somebody say shout out to my lady. Oh, yeah. Wanna send love. She's my shorty, my dime piece, my homie. And she's the only girl for me. Only girl for me. Check it out. This one goes out to my dime piece.
Hey, yo, are they brothers?
Nah, best friends.
A word.
And the crazy part, hold on.
This is DJ. Play something for my baby. Send a shot to my baby. Oh yeah. Makes me feel complete. Make me feel complete. Head to toe, ain't gonna feed. Send a shout. Oh, look you lifted. Baby, I'm sorry. You're my only word. Baby. Don't want.
Yeah, and it's crazy because they went to the rival high school. It's like all of us went to different high schools. I went to Lake, right?
Okay, right.
Cisco went to Maryville, which is a rival high school to Lake. Woody went to Jazz went to Northern and Douglas. Nokio went to Doug. David and Charlie went to Southwestern.
Okay.
Lawrence and Hollywood. Oh, that's another group. Jeez, that's crazy. But they was on Mike Tyson label, but label folded.
How about City High?
Well, only one of them was from Baltimore. And that was a light-skinned dude. He went to St. Francis Academy. He went to a prep school. Man, Levi got up. Look what's going on. Couple know the songs. Your love is a 187 taking me to heaven. Also, Sex on the Beat. Who sung that? J-Rock? Who sung that? Yeah, Coretta. A lot of folks ain't ready for that. I mean, Levi phone died. A lot of folks ain't ready for that roughin' type joint. But tomorrow, Friday night, so I'm playing all that. Look, if you don't have Rumble, because YouTube keep knocking me off. So if you don't have Rumble, please go get Rumble. Of course. How can I forget Total? I used to date Keisha's cousin Smurf. Oh, Tony Terry and Jesse Powell? Yeah, but he hot. I can't forget Total. I used to date Keisha's cousin Smurf. Hold on, Coretta. Wait a minute. Nah, okay. Nah, I ain't gonna say nothing because Coretta might be. I gotta look at her picture again. That I might mess around and that might be Smurf talking to me the whole time. But tomorrow, man, don't forget, because last time I was on Rumble, it kind of disappointed me that only 8 people showed up. 8 people showed up, and I really ain't want to, bring it over here, but I wanted to jam with it. You know what I'm saying? You better call me. All right, correct. Oh, you gotta send me your number. I'm gonna get Tony Curtis on here, and we're gonna talk music. People that I looked up to, people that was like, people that that I really dealt with in the city, man. That I love giving their flowers to. I'm trying to wait until my main channel come back, so that way I can do everything on my main channel. But man, when I tell y'all, look, please like, share, subscribe on Rumble. Also, $5 a month on Patreon. It's not the $10 one no more. $5 a month on Patreon. I'm gonna, like I say, I'm gonna load it up. This going on Patreon tonight. This is going on Patreon tonight. So as soon as I end this, it goes on Patreon. All right. Look, I'm up out of here, man. Love every last one of y'all. Had fun. I thank my guest Levi. I thank my guests Levi and Vi for stopping through. I thought Skylife was going to come through because we was talking about her subject. But look, for all them crazy folks, just understand.
This is not the type of tea I want.
It's over for you.
Good night, everybody.
This is
I'm
not
out.
the type of tea I want.
It's over for you.
Swimming in you. Hey, little mama. Said I wanna take her. Dipping your pool. Just go for a little dive there. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah.